Aloha. This is my second time doing this. The first time I did it, it's like something was wrong with my stream. So now, hopefully this works out perfectly. So I'll check in a few minutes. But anyway, let's get to it. So it looks like the ticket to the talk is going offline in a few hours. And before that happens, so I actually want to watch it go off live, right? And so what we're going to do today is we're going to go over like one of the most popular trending like story time on the ticket to the talk, also called TikTok, right? That's what I call it. So we're going to go over that popular story of like who did I get married to, and just kind of like just chill with me during this duration of time, and we're going to watch history being made. Don't forget to subscribe, hit the like, and let's get started. Let's not take too long to do this. So let's get started ASAP, okay? So let's see. Perfect. Let's just see. Okay, my streaming connection is excellent, and I'm going to take a look at that data later. But right now, let's go straight to it. Okay, perfect.
Why you're here for part of the new series that I'm calling Who the Fuck Did I Marry? I'm going to create this playlist series, and I'm going to tell the story of how I met, dated, married, and divorced a real pathological liar. This is my introduction / disclaimer video. First and foremost, I'm going to be truthful, even if it makes me look bad. I'm going to be honest, but I'm also not going to be disrespectful to anyone that was involved. I'm not going to use people's real names because I don't have their permission to do so, and this sister does not want any sort of litigation.
Okay, so I had to pause this throughout the video to give commentary. If you want to watch the full video without commentary, I'm pretty sure you can find it online. But also too is like it's kind of this video is gonna be based on fair use doctrine, right? And it's not fair for me to just like literally copy and paste her video on mine. So I'm going to talk throughout the video, okay? And another thing is that this is my first time watching this. I've watched like clips. This is my first time fully watching the whole thing. Before, again, this is assuming we're able to like watch the whole thing before TikTok goes dark. But I know like I've seen clips of it. So I hope this is your first time too. If it's not, that's cool. We're just gonna do a nice little chill and kind of like give some commentary to this.
I will tell you off the top, I have a sense of humor and I have sarcasm. So things that you see me laughing at, none of this is funny. But in order to get through it, I have to laugh. If I cry, I cry. I'm human. I'm a woman. This was traumatic. I'm going to do the best I can to upload as much of the story as I can, because I know people get so annoyed with the follow for part 4, follow me for part 17. I'm just going to do the best I can to keep uploading the videos each at a time. I'm going to go in order from the time we met until the time I got our divorce decree in the mail. So that is a lot of time to cover. Please give me the grace to just get it out. It may not be all in one day. It may not be all in 2 days. But what I can tell you is even if you don't necessarily see a video, I'm probably recording it and then I will upload it into the playlist titled, Who the Fuck Did I Marry? What else do I need to cover ahead of time? Because I feel like this video is important to give some sort of context. So that way when people jump into the series, they kind of can figure out, oh, let me start at the introduction video and then work my way through.
And this is what I'm going through now is the playlist. It's actually 52 videos, I believe, in the series. So this should be a long one. And I kind of peek to see like when someone didn't give a commentary, like how long the video was. I think it was like 8 hours. So yeah, again, if TikTok don't go offline tonight, we're going to try our best. And I do know there's some TikTok stories that sound like just made up fantasy, like some DuckTales. I don't think this one is. I think there was a lot of like research that was on this story. So hopefully we're gonna have a nice, entertaining evening today.
A lot of the questions that you all have sent me will be answered when I start and tell the story in order. Everything I'm gonna tell you can be verified. There are people in my life who can easily verify, yes, this did happen. Yes, he really did do that. Yes, he said that. Yes, she did go through that. I have no contact whatsoever with my ex-husband in any way, shape, or form. We do not communicate. We do not have mutual friends or anything that where we communicate through those people. No contact. I cannot stress that enough because I feel like somebody's going to ask me, do you still talk to him? No. I ain't seen him. I ain't heard from him. I don't want to hear from him. And I will tell the entire story up until the last time I did hear from him and what happened. Yeah, this is my story. So, I am just a regular woman who thought she met the one, and I didn't. Most people have never came in contact with a pathological liar. We typically
Online, oh my goodness. I feel like this is where all the biggest liars you're gonna meet in your life reside online. Man. Oh, and they're so good at it. In my personal opinion, you're not gonna meet a lot of lies again in real life until you go online. Ooh, people will say anything because again, the truth is you can't. There's no way to verify, but online, the biggest liar reside. Trust me.
come in contact with a compulsive liar. It is not the same. A pathological liar has no reason for why they lie. And the lies that they make up,
fantastical.
There's no limit to the lie.
Oh, this is going to be good.
I was once a psychology major in undergrad. I didn't graduate with a psychology degree, but I'm very comfortable saying that he was a pathological liar. He was a narcissist. And yes, there was some in my opinion, mental health issues going on. Pathological lying part, absolutely. So I want to preface all this by saying, you're going to probably think, what in the world? There's no way this happened. Everything you're going to hear me say actually did happen. I never thought I was going to be in some sort of Lifetime movie, but I was. So I will read the comments as best I can. Like I said, I think if you allow me to tell the whole story, things will be answered. And sorry, I do talk with my hands. It's a coping mechanism. So if you're like, why is she moving her hands? Other than that, let's all take a deep breath, buckle in, because this was a fucking crazy ride. And if you think it's crazy,
sorry, imagine
how I feel as the person who lived it and had no idea what I was dealing with. I thought I knew, but
it's funny. I decided to watch this right before TikTok decided to go offline. So, and when everyone was watching, I just felt like I'm gonna watch it one day, and just things build up and just get busy in life until I'm just this week I wanted to do each day to be to do popular Storytime videos on TikTok, but it never happened. I kind of skip a lot of days because I just got busy at work. But the story again, I just the way it's just starting so far. Just okay, this is gonna get very interesting. Okay, I'm gonna try my best not to talk as much, but please don't forget I have to give commentary. Okay, it's not fair for me to literally just copy someone's video, put it on my channel and say hey, let me try to make money off that. So I have to do some kind of commentary on it. Okay.
We had no idea.
But I'm gonna try to limit my voice.
Who the fuck I married? You like how I twisted that?
Let's go.
All right, y'all. This is the introduction. So welcome. Part 1 will be up shortly.
Let's go. And we're gonna do this. We're gonna be live.
Hi.
Introduction. Again, we're gonna be live until TikTok goes offline. Okay, so we're gonna be here until we see TikTok say just disappear. Okay, this should be fun.
Please excuse the hair.
Part one. Let's go.
Here is part one of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So I met my ex-husband around March 4th of 2020.
Okay.
We met on Facebook dating site, and we also matched on Hinge. I did not realize that he was on both.
Should I get a pen and paper? March 4th is the meeting day, okay? And 2020. So maybe I need to write those things down.
There are two different names. So one was his actual name, and the other one was a variation, like a nickname, that he called himself. Different pictures. So it was a running joke between us. Oh, you ain't even recognize that you had matched with me on Hinge. No, I didn't. And also that should have been a red flag. By the way, you will notice in this story, I called it the United Nations of red flags. It is so many red flags that, I mean, you would have thought I was colorblind because I ignored all of them. So anyway, back to the story. We met around March 4th. We exchanged phone numbers. He called me and we talked on the phone for the first time. In the first phone call, he told me that he had just moved to Georgia from California, from San Diego.
Sorry about that. Again, let me just say aloha to everyone coming in. We're going to stay here. We're going to be live until
his job had transferred him.
TikTok goes offline, okay? So it's going to be a very long one.
Because he was being transferred in as the new regional manager for a major condiment company that is based here in Georgia. I'm not going to say the name. And so we also talked about his childhood. He told me he grew up in Philly. He's from Philly. Both of his parents were deceased. This is the first phone call. Both of his parents were deceased. His father was a Philadelphia police officer. His mom was a teacher. He also told me he briefly lived in Augusta with his family. He had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. He also had 2 half-brothers on his dad's side. First phone call. So I'm just giving you guys the backstory. This was the first phone call we had. So we talked about family. We talked about friends. We talked about our jobs. At the time, I was working at Georgia State Patrol. And he knew this, and he just thought that was like, wow, you know, so you work with troopers all day. Yes, I did. Also,
I'm pretty sure he probably was afraid, like, he's probably going to, like, do a history, background check on him. So I think that's what kind of, like, stunned him for a little bit. That's just my opinion, right?
In that phone call, he explained to me that he used to play football. He explained that he used to play arena football. I know nothing about arena football. I know about NFL. I know about college. Go Dogs. But I don't know anything about arena football. So he explained to me that he used to play arena football. He used to work at Apple in the off season of arena football. And I remember thinking on that phone call, oh, okay, you know, like, good for you. I don't know anything about arena football. And I believe I did tell him that. I don't know anything about arena football. That'll come into play later on. So he told me, you know, I just moved here. My job is paying for my housing and they're helping me to look for a house. He was like, right now I'm in Gwinnett County, but I'm trying to look for a house ideally in Atlanta, like Brookhaven, Sandy Springs. He was like, I really would like to move out there. And so I thought, you know, that's great. You know, you're looking to get a house. You just moved here. He was like, I don't really know too many people here because I spend all my time at work and, you know, this job is really demanding. So that was our first phone call. We talked more. He talked a lot, which took me by surprise because I'm not really used to men talking more than me. He eventually asked me out on a date. Our first date was set for Saturday, March 7th, 2020. He asked me what was my favorite restaurant. I said Cheesecake Factory. And so we agreed to go out at the
I love the Cheesecake Factory. Is the Cheesecake Factory still open? I know a lot of like restaurants like that is closing down. Well, I used to love Cheesecake Factory. I try not to eat out too much. Cheesecake is my #1 favorite dessert of all time. So, FYI.
The Cheesecake Factory in a location that was in between. I lived in Clayton County at the time. He lived in Gwinnett County. I realized that if you don't know anything about Metro Atlanta, that makes no sense. Mm-hmm. But basically, we lived about 45 minutes apart. So we agreed to meet at the Cheesecake Factory over at Perimeter Mall, which is in an area, Sandy Springs, Dunwoody area. I was excited. Like, I called my friends and was like, I got a date, you know, blah, blah, blah. We'll see how it goes. First conversation was good. Hopefully he looks like his pictures, because, you know, that's always an issue with online dating. Hopefully he looks like his pictures. So on my way to our date, I took 285 and literally...
I love how descriptive she is. Like... very extremely detailed of like the 4 second or less. Please use keyframe request of 4 second or less. Currently keyframe is not being sent enough because buffering the current keyframe. Okay. Sorry, my streaming stuff is a little bit out of whack. Okay, but let's continue on. Okay. But again, I love how detailed she is. So again, I have one monitor. I usually am pretty good with just like doing stuff on one monitor. But for some reason, like because of how I'm double streaming right now, I'm not able to. So I have to like kind of monitor what's going on. So if I don't read your comment or I'm not feel like I'm not engaged, it's because I cannot see it. So I have to look at it through my phone. Okay.
Right before I got to Boulder Crest, the exit for Boulder Crest, I heard a boom and I lost control of my car. Thank God that not thank God, but I knew what to do. So I did not crash, but my tire blew out. So I called him and I said, hey, I'm so sorry, but my tire just blew on 285. I'm slowly making my way off the exit. I believe I pulled into a Chevron gas station. And I said, you know, I got to get this fixed. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm a damsel in distress kind of thing. He kind of paused, he got quiet, and he was like, tell me exactly where you are, drop your pin. So I dropped the pin, and he came to the gas station. Got out the car, and I was so relieved that he actually looked like his pictures that I was like, oh my God,
that's not a red flag. That's actually good.
actually attractive. Because he's like 6'4", 6'5". Also, man, I apologize. So let me go back to the first conversation. Let me add something. He did tell me in the first phone call that he was divorced, and that his ex-wife, she had 2 children, a boy and a girl, who were teenagers, young adults. I think the girl was about 20, and he said that he had a very close relationship with his stepkids. But that he and his ex-wife had divorced because she cheated on him out in California. And so coming to Georgia was a new beginning for him. She was still out in California. The kids were still out in California. And so, you know, he was like, I can't stand her, but I still want to be in the kids' lives. I have to put that in there because that will come back later. So this is just setting the stage. Again, that first conversation we talked about family, job, friends, how he ended up in Georgia, me being in Georgia, the things that, you know, I would think people talk about in the first conversation. All right, now back to the tire blew out. So he shows up to the gas station. He changes
Again, no red flag. Everything sounds good. Looks good. It sounds like thus far again they haven't met in person, so yeah, so I wonder how weird this is gonna get. Like, hopefully like let's say part 10 start picking up, so we'll see.
My tire, which I just thought was the sexiest thing in the world. And then he proceeds to say, hey, I found a tire place around the corner. You need to get another tire. Like, you can't drive on this donut. So he followed me to the tire place, and then helped me get a tire, paid for it. So I was definitely like, wow. And so the vibe was good.
That's a date on itself. First time hanging out, like pay for a tire. Tires are expensive. Tires are very expensive. My car, I have a truck. I think 2 of my tires like $1,000 on its own.
So yeah, anyway, man. I get the tire
my car
fixed.
Tires, like, I have one of those car tires, like when let's say it gets punctured, right? It's the tires can keep going. So with that said, it's like those are more expensive, not like a standard kind of tire. I think you go up to like 200-300 miles. 100 miles before like you need to completely change it. So that's why my tires are so expensive.
We follow each other to the Cheesecake Factory over in Perimeter. We hold hands walking into the Cheesecake Factory. So in my mind, I'm
you
like,
just pay for your tires.
This is just
that's a handshake at least.
Oh my God, I had butterflies. That's the look of a woman who had butterflies. So I had butterflies, and we go in. There's a long wait, and so we sit outside and we just talk. And the conversation's great. And this is where he tells me what it is he's looking for. He tells me, I believe at the time he was 42. He was like, I want to get married and it be for real. He's like, my parents were married 40 plus years before my mom passed away. And I want that. I want marriage, family, a house. Like, that is what I want. He was like, I'm as a man, I'm ready to get married, but I want it to be for real, because the first time, it really hurt me when she cheated on me. So he's telling me everything that I wanted to hear. And so he was like, what is it that you want? And I said pretty much the same thing. I was like, I'm ready to get married, definitely want to have a family, and I want to marry my best friend. So we both put on the table that we wanted marriage. And this is the end of part 1. All right, who the fuck did I marry? Part 2. So we both put on the table what it is that we wanted. We both had established we were dating for marriage. We were not dating just to date. We were not trying to be friends with benefits and none of that. So the dinner at Cheesecake Factory went really well. We laughed, we joked, we talked about people, which is kind of up my alley, my sense of humor. It was a good vibe. So at the end of the date, at the end of dinner, we sat in his car and he played this song for me by John Legend. I don't know the name of the song. By the time this video posts, I will put the name at the bottom. I can't remember the song. I just remember that John Legend was talking about, I think I met my wife tonight. And I thought it was a sign. So I was like, oh my God. So anyway, we ended up sitting in the car talking just about life and experiences until about midnight. So during this conversation, he again is telling me how it was, what it was like living in California, how he went out there, he went to San Diego State, he played football for San Diego State. He talked about how, he loved it out there, so he stayed. That's when he joined the company. And then he explained that he also did arena football, but only did it for about 2 or 3 years.
Sorry about that. That sucked. I was on mute. That sucked. Okay. I guess the last thing I was saying when I was on mute was the fact that I felt like the first part was really good. Part 2, we're going to part 2. And I felt like the only thing was just her saying she wants to get married on the first day. They wanted to get married on the first day. I just felt that was a little bit kind of odd. I think he said, that's what he said. He's dating to get married. I just feel like that's not a first date kind of question. Yeah, I'm going to just try to remember to take it off mute, okay? But
He claims that while he was doing arena football, the team that he was on won a championship. But again, keep in mind, I don't know anything about arena football. So I was like, okay, I didn't know that they had championships. And he was like, you know, he got a little offended, like, yeah, they got championships. And, you know, he was on that team. So he talked to me about how he worked at Apple. He worked something in the IT area of Apple, but it within the store. Again, it was one of those, it's like when I tell people I used to work at Amazon. I really wasn't paying much attention to it. Why? So we talked about all that. We talked deeply into what happened with the ex-wife. It's because I asked. He was not volunteering all this information. So in other words, I get very uncomfortable when men start talking about their ex a lot. That's not what happened. I was asking questions because I was really trying to figure out, okay, are you ready for a relationship, or are you still missing her? So we talked about that. We talked about my exes.
Is that something to do on the first date? I just checked to make sure I'm not on mute, because that sucks. Is that something to do on the first date? Talk about like your prior significant others? I don't know. Again, I'm not asking it's a yes or like if it's a good or bad kind of thing, but I'm curious.
A mistake I made because I talked about how I dated at one point in time somebody I worked with. That will come back later. And he seemed real cool about it. He was like, you know, that was before me and blah, blah, blah. So the conversation was good. Midnight comes and I go home. Yes, I went home. We ended up talking. Mind you, our first date was March 7th. And within about 2.5 weeks, Brian Kemp, our governor, shut Georgia down. We were going to be on lockdown. So during those 2.5 weeks, we talked every day. We went out again at Red Lobster. I remember Red Lobster. But everything was going great. The issue was, where are we going to quarantine? So the question was, are we going to quarantine at his place, which he had like a studio type of situation. Like it clearly, where he was staying, I was like, it's like a studio apartment, but he kept telling me like, this is temporary because I'm looking for a house. Like he showed me the email from a woman who worked at the company where she was out on maternity leave, but she was putting him in contact with a realtor to help him find a townhome or a single family house. So I was just like, okay, this is definitely temporary. Like he's not trying to stay here long term. And she was apologizing in the email. I'm so sorry, you know, this should have been taken care of before you got here, but it wasn't, I saw the email. I read it. I read the email. So the decision was, we're going to quarantine at the studio, or are we going to quarantine in my house?
Let me guess, her house. Let me guess. I'll take a $100 bet. I think that's her. He's going to go for her house.
First mistake I made. Well, there's a lot, but this was a mistake I made. So ladies, caution moment. During one of our dates, because keep in mind, in those 2 weeks, we were seeing each other quite a bit. Nothing physical or anything like that. Just two people who I thought were really on some, all right, let's see if this is going to grow into something. He came to my house. When he came to my house, I had a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath townhome. He was in a studio. Now, I'm telling you guys all of this in order of how it happened. So some things I'm probably going to insert what I was thinking and the mistake I made. Can I turn this off? No.
Okay.
Okay, still need that.
Moving to her house.
And I say that to say that I did not realize inviting him to my home probably made his eyes go, oh shit, she's a keeper. She got this 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath townhouse, and I'm in like a little studio. Yeah.
And no dogs, no cats. Oh, I'm not sure if they do, but
let me go ahead and pursue this. What I need to do to quarantine here. Mm-hmm. The decision was made, quarantine at my house. So the state went on lockdown. Point, right? He came and stayed with me in my home, and for the most part, in the initial beginning, it was fine. It was fine. The reason why I hesitate is because I grew up in the church. So for me, it was really like an internal struggle of, bruh, you always said you would never live with a guy unless he was your husband. And now you living with a dude.
I cannot blame her because, again, that was the stuff 19. Everyone knows what that is. So that's extraordinary circumstance. Okay, I can understand. I think everyone was going through something at that time. So she having to like just put her guard down just to do something she's not ordinary would not do. I get it. So far so good. The story is pretty straightforward, right?
And he ain't your husband.
Then again, it's only part 2. I think there were like 50 something parts of this, like 52 or 54. I forgot. So we have a long way to go.
It was a struggle for me because I knew better. And don't come for me. I'm just telling you the way I grew up. It was like that. It was not sitting right with me. But at the same time, I didn't want to quarantine by myself.
Yeah,
I did not want to.
I get it.
So there we go.
And plus, you don't know exactly how long the quarantine was going to last. So I'm pretty sure. I wonder if there's a lot of story times like quarantine, just how that experience was, right? I haven't seen that. I was just kind of like curious if I should probably Google it right now.
He moved in. We talked about the bills. Let me clear something up that I said in the other video where I said he paid all the bills. He paid all the household bills. He did not pay my car payment, my cell phone, or my car insurance. He paid the rent because my rent at the time was less than $1,000. He paid the utility bills. And so when he's telling me that he's a regional manager, I was like, wow, okay, so you got money. And so he paid all the household bills. So my check really was just taking care of me, myself, and I. And I am not, this is where it's not gonna make me look good, but it's the truth. It was intoxicating to not have to worry financially about how to pay the bills. It was a wonderful feeling. And so I kind of pushed to the side the fact that, yeah, you shacking up, because it's like, but your page, you don't have to worry right now. Like he's taking care of all of April's bills before April even comes, because this was still March. So we're living together, and I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, he's helping to cook and clean, and then we have a conversation about house. Is he still going to buy a house just for him, or is he going to buy a house where it's for us? Because
oh buddy, again, I feel like it's still too early. I feel like it was too early for her to like start. But then again, she says I think they're both kind of dating to get married. I get that aspect of it, right? But also important, I also feel like it was important too to like actually get a chance to know someone you want to spend the rest of your life with, right? And the question now is, should you know the person for like 6 years, 4 years, 5 years, right? But I can tell you, knowing someone for like a few weeks, it's never a good idea. Never a good idea to you just like to marry them, okay? So, but again, if they were dating for a year and she's saying this, I get it. But like a few weeks and already trying to say, well, that house is gonna be for us. Yes, of course he's gonna say yes, right? Because he wants to like put you in a plan. But I feel like you're doing that. You're kind of like, you're gonna automatically, right, start like like just kind of like what like some of the red flags she's gonna see. She's probably gonna like not treat it so like important, right? Take the red flag as serious because she's already saying this is the person I'm gonna marry. So let me ignore those red flags. As we're gonna see, those red flags are gonna cost her a lot.
Because we are going to try to make this thing work, be official, get married, have a family. So the question now on the table is, what are we going to do? Because I didn't want to stay in Riverdale, Georgia. I did not want to raise a.
And the bill thing, I didn't talk about that part because I know later on it's gonna be money stuff that he's gonna steal from her. I do again. I've watched like just snippet of the story. But I know for a fact that he's going through a long game. Like some people don't realize that too. Just because someone is like being upfront the first time you meet him, like, oh, I got this, that's easy, right? Are you gonna do the same like year 10? That's when I really start counting, right? Because it's so easy to like always do this like short-term money stuff, right? Like he's paying the bill like the first month, the second month, third month, right? But after that, that's when you start seeing people become who they really are, right? So as we're gonna see later on.
Family there. I refused to have a baby in Clayton County. So the decision was made, let's start looking for a house for both of us. Remember, he was already looking for a house for him. But then he was like, you know what? We're together. I plan to marry you. Let's look for a family home for the two of us. He was like, this is how much I was approved for. That's when he showed me the Chase paperwork. It was a letter stating that and it had the Chase emblem at the top. He showed me a letter stating that he was approved for 700. All right.
Oh no, what happened? That finished? I really got into it. Okay, so let's go to the next part. So this is part 3. I feel like we watched a lot so far, but again, we still have a few more hours. We're gonna watch this video until the ticket to the talk go offline. Okay, so we're gonna be here. Get your popcorn, get your drink, leave, come back, and just kind of like enjoy yourself. Okay. And sorry, I cannot really read the comments. The reason being is that like I'm streaming from just one computer, one monitor, right? And I'm not able to like see the comments right now. So something I have to kind of fix tomorrow. But as of right now, sorry about that. Okay. So if I ignore you, I'm not really doing, it's not my plan. Okay. It's just like, I cannot really look at my comments right now. So I'm going to try to do my phone. Okay. So I'm going to try to get back to you. So give me some minutes.
All right. Part 3. Who the fuck did I marry? So this is when he showed me a letter from Chase with the Chase logo at the top stating that he had been approved for a mortgage for a $750,000 mortgage or a $750,000 house. So he was like, we can't go over 750. And I said, I remember asking him, can you afford the mortgage on a $750,000 house? Because I know I can't. This is when he explains to me, I told you how I played arena football. I invested my money really well. So he said, I have money that will help pay.
Okay. I'm not picking on her, right? This is how my brain thinks, right? If you say, let's say you said, hey, I'm a manager at, I don't know, like the Gap store. Let's just say a clothing store, right? And you say you want to buy a house for $2 million, right? How my brain works is I would go online to see what the average salary in that state for a manager at the Gap, right? And that should tell me if you're kind of like playing games with me or this is just some kind of like something, this is a joke. Arena football, I'm almost certain they cannot afford a $700,000 house. Okay. Let's ask Google real quick. Let me just do that. Okay. What is the average salary for arena football players? As of January 2025, the average salary for arena football player in the United States is $39,000. That's about $19 an hour. The top earners make about $64,000 annually. And that's what I'm saying about my brain. That's why I said It's like a lot of people are just like, just how analytical I am is like, a lot of people don't like that. They want to like play games with you, but when you kind of like just I don't think that makes sense. So me right there, it's like, well, you're buying a house for this much amount of money, right? But I just did an average for arena football player and they make that kind of money. That doesn't make any sense. That right there, it's where the story stops for me. But we're not gonna, of course, that's not gonna be fun. People like me are not fun because you know why? It's not gonna be a 52 part 52. It's gonna be part 1. Part 1 looks really good. Part 2, you were no real red flag. Part 3 right now, I'm like, okay, whatever game you're playing, this is some Niger game. This is some Nigeria like scammer game. Okay, yeah, I'm not into it. Because again, it's just like that right there is just easy for me to just say, okay, well, you're trying to afford a $700,000 house, and we just said it right now. I just do a quick Google search, right? As of January 2025, so that was let's say at that time was January 2020. That's around the time they met, right? The salary increase, right? Since then, from now, so right now it's telling me it's like $39,000 as average. So back then it was lesser. So how are you affording a $700,000 house?
For the mortgage, he was like, "We're good. Like I'm financially, I am okay." He's
oh
like,
no, he was. I'm sorry, he was a regional manager too. So maybe he. Okay, let's see what the story. Let's see where the story goes to, because she threw me off when she said like the arena football player. Okay, I mean the arena player. Okay, let's go back a little bit.
Invested my money really well. So he said, I have money that will. I said, I remember asking him, can you afford the mortgage on a $750,000 house? Because I know I can. This is when he explains to me, I told you how I played arena football. I invested my money really well. So
that's what I'm talking about. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. So I think right now he's a regional manager, allegedly. So if he invested his money, right, and from a salary of like 30 at that time, maybe like $36,000, right? How'd you save enough? Don't forget his cost of living. He has to live, and if that's $39,000, right, $36,000, don't forget about taxes. So yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Does not make any sense to me. Okay, but again, that's just my opinion.
He said, I have money that will help pay for the mortgage. He was like, we're good. Like I'm financially, I am okay. He was like, that's why I'm able to get approved for a $750,000 mortgage. So he told me that his money was in different savings accounts. He said he had an account with Chase Bank. He had an account with US Bank. And
does she mean USAA? That's a military bank. US Bank, what is that? She says, no, I did not physically see the savings account. You have to. If this is a boyfriend and girlfriend thing, we can have this argument. But like, if you're saying you're gonna marry this person and you want to buy a house, you have to put it on the table and say, okay, this is what I have. This is what I'm coming with. Okay. Boyfriend and girlfriend just seeing each other, don't really know each other. Or you don't know where things are going to happen. Right. But if you're dating to marry, as they were trying to do, and want to get a house, you have to start laying some things down, like, i.e. seeing the paperwork.
And he had an offshore account. This is what he told me.
Because right now, my $10 billion in my savings account, I plan to use it to buy $100 million house. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you need some kind of like some evidence for that.
The offshore account, I was like, why?
Offshore.
Something about US.
That's like scamming 101. That's, to me, when someone starts saying offshore this, offshore that, I'm like, oh, here we go. That to me is like scamming school 101. That's what the first thing they teach them is like, hey, listen, if you want to like entice anyone, just say offshore, right? Just so they can think like, oh man, it's so the amount is so big that the U.S. government, yeah, whatever. That's, you know what I'm saying? It just don't sound correct. If it's legit, it should be onshore, right?
Excuse me. The U.S. imposes taxes on money when you have a certain amount in U.S. banks. He was like, so everybody knows that it's smart to have some money in an offshore account.
What? And that's what I'm saying. Go back to my brain. I know this is not me. It's not about me. But logic speaking, like if someone tell you, hey, like US impose something, right? Just a good Google search. I'm pretty sure in 2020, we had Google. So just a quick Google search to see if that even makes sense. That to me is like that's why I said, like, for my story, it will be end right now. Part 3, that's it, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. She said this. She said she has some offshore account. And to me, that just sounds like, yeah, something is going on. That's not my problem. I got to go, okay? But again, this is not my story, so let's go on to part 52, okay?
Y'all, look, I live paycheck to paycheck. I was like, okay, that's whatever. I said, so you have the money to pay for a home. I'm also holding in my hand a letter from Chase saying that he was approved for $750,000. So I went off of what I saw. So we contacted a realtor. I won't say his name, but man, if he ever sees this TikTok, I owe this man such an apology. But we contacted a realtor who is based in Cobb County, because I was very adamant I wanted to move back to Marietta, Smyrna area in Cobb County, Georgia. He was fine with that. His whole attitude was, you know, you're gonna be my wife, happy life. So we met a realtor. I would find houses that I wanted to tour. Keep in mind that this was COVID. So at the time, we could not tour a home. It would have to be a virtual tour. So this particular realtor,
I think that sorry for the volume being low, her volume. Let me reduce my volume. It's just how the volume was when she streamed it, right? I think being in that disaster in 2020 just like was a perfect opportunity, right, for his plan to kind of come through, right? Because again, I'm almost certain that, like, I'm pretty sure they probably could have done a lot more to like know that fact, like, hey, whatever he's doing is not working. Because I'm almost certain that I think don't they have to like do a pre-approval. I guess she showed him a fake receipt, right? I'm almost certain that if it wasn't for that natural disaster in 2020, I don't think his plan probably would have went through as much as is going to go through to lead to like part 52. Okay.
we found a house in Douglasville, Georgia. Not Cobb County, but nevertheless, it's in Douglasville.
That's a very nice house. Very nice house. $500,000.
I was fine with Douglasville.
$460,000.
So we found a house in Douglasville, Georgia. The realtor did a FaceTime tour of the house. The house was really a nice. It was a nice home. 5 bedrooms, 4 baths.
Below 700,000. That's good.
So we did a FaceTime tour of the home, and the home was listed, I believe, roughly 400 and something thousand. I really like the house. I could see myself.
Oh, listed for 325 at that time. Wow, that's nice. Jeez. Oh, yeah, because of that C19, maybe that's why. But that's really nice.
I could see us living there. Could see us with the kid there. This is now April, just for timeline purposes. This is April.
So it looks like, again, if my calculation is right, it's 1 month. it's a lot happening in 1 month. A lot. Jeez.
So he really liked the house. He was like, you know what? We'll put an offer in on the house. He was like, if you like it, because again, it was COVID. We weren't going to be able to see the house in person because the family still lived there. So he said, I'll put an offer in. We'll see if it's accepted. I said, okay. So he puts an offer in. He's telling me he put an offer in. I need to clarify some things he told me and the things that I actually saw. So for this house in Douglasville, he told me he was putting an offer in. The realtor would call me Because one thing that the realtor told us, he was like, if the woman likes the house, typically the house is going to get bought. So he kind of dealt with me a bit more than he did my ex-husband. And again, this is April 2020. This is before we got married. So at the time, he was my boyfriend. So the realtor was calling me and was like, hey, you know, I put the offer in, and what they're asking for is proof of funds. And I did not know anything at this time about buying a house. So I was like, hey, you probably need to talk to him, because I'm not even listening.
Google is your best friend. Everything you can learn, right? Again, you're not learning to be a master in the subject, right? But just a general, like, understanding, like a bird eye view. Quick Google search, okay? Buying a house, what are the process? And look at that process. What exactly does that entail? And go from there, okay? So Google's your best friend.
On the mortgage, like from the paperwork I saw.
What I'm saying is, like, I feel like when the guy started paying for the house, I'm paying the rent. That's how you get people in. Like he's doing something no one have ever done before. So she's leaving a comfort zone, right? And saying, well, he got it, right? If that was me, I would have still said, like, well, it looks like she's giving him the responsibility when she's like, hey, when it's time for the proof of funds, she's like, well, he got it, right? Instead of just researching herself, right? To gain an understanding of that. So she probably could have, like, questioned herself too, like, hey, where is he really getting his money from? And she could have easily done a quick Google search of the what he was doing before, the career he was in before with the football stuff, right? They don't make that much money. So she's not like he was in, like, the NFL, right? That's a whole different ball game.
It was only in his name. So he called him. I guess they talked. I was not there, but I'm assuming that they had talked. So the boyfriend is coming, my ex is coming home saying, yeah, I talked to so-and-so. I sent him over the paperwork. The offer was approved, and they are going to try to do a virtual closing. First, we got to do an inspection. If the inspection goes all well, then we have to do a virtual closing. He also told me that he put down earnest money on the home. He put down, I believe, $5,000. He said, I just transferred the money over to the realtor's account or whatever, so that it could be earnest money for the house. So I'm just like, okay, great. He was like, so realistically, this is April. We should be able to get in that house by June. Okay, no problem. So this is what he told me. About 3 or 4 days later, I get a phone call from the realtor. And the realtor is like, hey, I'm just checking to see what you guys want to do about that house. So I was confused. I'm at work. And I said, oh, I was told that he put an offer in. And the realtor was like, he did? I didn't know that he put an offer in.
That's a huge red flag. That is a colossal red flag. That's the Great Wall of China, like, red flag. That thing should just, like, be seen, like, from space. Okay, there's lots of red flag, right? So far, part 3, I think I see just a plethora of, like, red flags, right? But I don't know about this. I don't know.
And I said,
and if you watch my video, my private video, I did another one, like, this lady talking about her experience, like, Facebook dating. That was so fake. I had to, like, stop the live. It was so bad. It was just like every red flag she would just ignore. It just got bad, and it got worse to the point I'm just like, yeah, don't, like, this is starting to, like, insult my intelligence. Okay. Like, this is clearly fake. I know her story's not fake, but this is a red flag that I have observed.
Well, why wouldn't you know? Like, he told me he put the offer in.
To be clear, I'm speaking like the story you're watching today. So the one from yesterday was just like, yeah, that thing was cap. The one from a few days ago was cap.
And he had paid earnest money, $5,000 earnest money. And so the realtor was like, well, let me call him and find out what's going on with that, because I didn't know anything about it. So red flag, of course. So I call him, and he, in true narcissistic nature, he flips the script and he like goes off. He's like cussing, going off, like he shouldn't, excuse me, I have the hiccups. He shouldn't be calling you. If he has a question, he should call me, because I'm the one that's on a mortgage. He was like, and now it's, it's going to be an issue. And I said, well, did you put the offer in with him or not? And he said, no, I did not put the offer in with him. I put the offer in with a friend of mine who is a realtor, so I can give him the business. So,
yeah. Again, self-evidence, right? The fact that he flipped out and now switching. The minute he said the money's overseas, offshore account, that's a typical scam. That's that email, you won the lottery and all that stuff. Come on. And someone wrote, like, let's see the comments. Someone says 3 weeks and you're already buying the house together. Yeah. And it sounds like they haven't even done anything like physically. Again, I feel like his strategy was to pay. When he moved in and started paying for things, all her guards went down. She's like, oh, this is a man, right? But little does she know, he's in for the long game. He's in for the long game. But we don't really know what game he's in for yet, because she's living paycheck to paycheck. So what exactly does she have that he's looking for? And that's the question. Again, nothing is free. If you think, again, like if that was her husband, they know each other for years, I'll say I got it, right? But you just have the stranger that you don't really know moving in, and you think he's paying for all this stuff, right? And now he's playing all these little games. Trust me, he has a bigger plan for you than you know of.
I did not hear from that realtor again. So I was just like, is the house under contract or is it not? He was like, yes, the house is under contract. This is how crazy things work out. About 3 days later, on realtor.com, I'm looking at the house because I was trying to figure out in my mind how I'm gonna decorate. It shows the house is under contract. So, showed my boyfriend. My boyfriend's like, I told you it was under contract. He was like, I like, did you not believe me? And I ain't had the heart to say, hell no, I didn't believe you.
He got her. Got him.
Yeah, it seemed too good to be true. But once I saw the house was under contract,
yeah, see,
I absolutely believe that, okay,
everything he says now,
it's under contract with him. Like, yeah, we're about to do inspection. We are about to move.
I guarantee he probably was just as because he probably was shocked, just like her. Like, yeah, sure, of course, I'm buying it.
We had driven by the house because, again, keep in mind, the family's still living there. So we had driven by the house. At this point, he was like, I want us to start looking for furniture so that way we can go ahead and order it. So when it's time to move, the furniture is ready, because, it takes like 6 to 8 weeks sometimes for furniture to be delivered if they don't have it in stock. Like, he was very methodical and planning and saying, this is what we need to do. So we started going to Home Depot, Lowe's.
He sounds like again, that's the thing about all this, like a lot of like greatest scammers ever. They always sound like a likable person, right? Because it sounds like that's what she's looking for, that structure, and someone who she consider like that provider. Basically means that she's gonna keep all her money and he gets to use her. He gets to use his, right? He sounds like, again, how structured he was, and like say, okay, we're gonna do this at a certain time. Again, don't just live your life don't just put your life to someone else to completely take over everything, because it's going to lead you to stuff like this. Again, mostly if you're not married to this person, you don't know this person. As one of those comments said, like, I think 3 weeks and you're already buying a house together. Yeah, that's really fast. Does that happen and people like live happily ever after? Yes, right? But that's like that's an outliner. That's not even that if you look at the graph, right, that's like here, somewhere far above here, right? It's not like the normal curve, like normal like bell curve, okay? So yeah, so be careful,
because we had a printout of what the sellers were going to take. They were going to take the appliances. He had a printout. Let me be clear. He had a printout.
Oh, no.
So it said on there that they were going to take the appliances. So we needed to get a new stove, new refrigerator, new microwave, all that stuff. So we went to Home Depot and Lowe's, and I went ham. I chose all these new appliances, and here's where we get into the shopping.
Okay, that's part 3. I'm gonna use the bathroom, so I'm just gonna continue to play. Okay, part 4. Okay, part 3, bunch of red flags. It looks like this is starting to look like it looks like a soccer game full of like nothing but like illegal kicks. So nothing but red flags. Okay, so let's go to part 4. Part 4, but first, okay, the volume is now back to being high. So let me put mine down, and I'm gonna mute my.
Part 4. So we go to Home Depot, we go to Lowe's. I'm choosing all these appliances. He's taking pictures of this of the SKU number. We have representatives helping us, and he basically explained to them, "Hey, we're buying a house. We should be closing sometime in June. Can we order this stuff now? Can I put a hold on it? Like, what can we do? Because we're not ready for delivery." I stood there as the Home Depot rep said, "We can hold it in our warehouse. Like, you can buy something and we can hold it." People do it all the time, especially with COVID. So I watched him pay. I want to say it was about it was either $350 or $500. I watched him pay a deposit on a whole new set of appliances for them, and they were going to hold it until we were ready for delivery. I watched this. So I was like, okay, good deal. Like, we got the appliances. Next, let's go to Rooms to Go and Ashley Furniture and find actual furniture. So we went all around Rooms to Go. We went to Ashley Furniture. We went to American Signature. And I saw all these things that I wanted. Again, he's taking pictures of it. He was like, I can go online and order it. I didn't think anything of it because, again, I just saw that we held the appliances. So I was like, okay, that's fine. So April turns into May. May 2020 comes. This is where things start to get a little interesting. May comes, and obviously we had not done inspection. And I'm asking him all the time, what's the deal with the house? He was like, they're trying to get someone to do the inspection, but the guy that they had, it was always something. The guy they had caught COVID, so they're going to have to get somebody else. And he's like 15 houses backed up, so it'll be a while. So at this point in May, I know I look crazy. In this point in May of 2020, I started recording audio diaries. I don't know why. It was something just made me just start recording my thoughts in an audio diary, and I still have them. And I would save them by the date, and I would just start talking about what's on my mind.
Maybe that's why her recollection of like the event is very detailed, is because of the fact like she actually had a diary, audio diary, because she's very good at like recalling like very minute detail. So I think that's probably what happened. There is the fact that she had to like write it down, like do an audio recording, so that kind of like just make her like kind of remember certain detail. Now when she's coming back, it's easier than just like they never having to do that before. So
I was like, I knew there was something was nagging me, like, but I kept pushing it out of my mind. I was like, you saw, this is what I reminded myself. You saw him pay for the appliances. You know the house is under contract. You know that he told you that he's the one who put the house under contract. Why would, like, I remember saying to myself, why would he lie about that? This is so easy to.
I think her inside, or just her inside of her just telling her, like, it sounds too good to be true. If it's too good to be true, it probably is. That's a story of life. If it just sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Because the strangers doing all this like weird thing. Again, I get it. There's someone out there that will do that, but again, if her intuition is telling her, hey, listen, something is off here, and start to annotate this, yeah, she's right.
Verify. Why would he lie about that? Have you caught him in any other lie?
Exactly.
And at the time, the answer was no. So I really was like, maybe you just aren't used to a guy who actually does what he's supposed to do. Like, I was questioning myself and then answering my own questions. So inspection didn't happen. Around mid-May, I found out I was pregnant. May 2020.
Oh, they started doing the do? I thought she was holding it off. And she found out she's pregnant? Oh, no. Oh, no. This is not good. Oh, this is not good.
When I found out I was pregnant, he was ecstatic, and I was like, oh, shit. The reason why I was oh shit is because, number one, I'm plus size. Number two,
March, April, May. Started in March, by May already pregnant. That's not good. That's not good. But let's see where this goes.
Because of my age, I felt like it was probably going to be a high risk pregnancy. And I wasn't married. And that nagged. I cannot tell y'all how much it nagged me. There was a lot of internal struggle in between. My family didn't even know that he had moved in. Jeez. At this point. I told them, that I was pregnant, went to the doctor, everything looked good. But again, because it was COVID, he couldn't go in with me into the actual room. So, doing any sort of ultrasound, doing the blood test, because my HCG levels were really high. So the doctor was like, hey, it might be twins. We don't know yet. You're still kind of early.
Oh, no. No. Again, we're looking at this picture in hindsight, right? I'm pretty sure at that moment, like, if she tells you like she's pregnant with twins, you're gonna say, oh, congratulations, right? But it's just, again, I have never watched this whole thing. I did hear like little clips of this stuff, right? So I know the story is not gonna be a fairy tale, for lack of better words, right?
Along. They gave me a due date. The due date was January 26th of 2021. Oh. So yeah. May, found out I was pregnant. So there was now more of a push into, we got to get a house. We got to get the fuck up out of here. I'm not having a baby in Riverdale. Okay? Nothing against Riverdale. But I ain't having a baby in Riverdale. So we need to.
Is Riverdale bad? Anyone from Georgia, is Riverdale bad? If you're watching this from Georgia, on the replay, like, let me know if Riverdale is bad. So leave a comment.
We need to find out what's going on with this house. And so he was on top of it. He had an answer for everything. He was like, I'm gonna call and find out what's going on, blah, blah, blah. He then magically told me about a week later, oh, they're going to do inspection on the house like in 2 days. So I was just like, okay, keep in mind, I'm taking his word for it. I'm taking his word for all this. So he's like, they're going to.
Again, someone left a comment, left a comment. Sorry, I cannot see like active comments because I'm using one monitor. I have to like fix that, right? But it says, are you new on social media? I am not new on social media, right? and I'm messing with you, but why are you reacting to this now? The reason why I'm doing so is that, like, I have never watched the full story, right? I heard about it, right? And now that the ticket to the talk is going offline in few hours, so I feel like this was appropriate to, like, just kind of like be part of history, like watch it go offline. But I thought this would be like the most appropriate video to kind of do that too. So this week I kind of go over some of the the best story time, like I feel like TikTok has. Okay, so yeah, so I'm not new on social media, but I just feel like this is a perfect video to like watch to see TikTok go offline. So yeah, again, I've never watched the whole thing. I just knew what happened, so I knew like little bits and like piece of like some of the things that she said. Okay, so I know this is not gonna be a fairy tale. I mean, this is not gonna be a happy ever after kind of thing.
They do an inspection. Once we get the inspection report back, then we will know what we are going to be responsible for. What are we getting ourselves into? So, I guess they did an inspection. He showed me an inspection report.
Oh God.
Only thing that they said that the roof had just recently been replaced.
Okay.
Which I remember he was very happy about. And the issues that there were for the house were minor.
Roofing is very expensive, man. Very expensive.
It was not a bad, because we did have a discussion about it. He was like, it's nothing that we can't handle. Then he said that we were set to close.
Okay.
The end of May. We were set to close the end of May. He told me it was going to be a virtual closing. You're probably like, what the hell is a virtual closing? Because again, he's saying because of COVID, people are not closing in the
I agree. So that was a different time. So I get it.
Office. They're doing a virtual close.
I'll be damned to like buy a house online right, and never see it. Like, can you imagine like the house is like $300,000-$400,000? Like you putting so much money in that and never physically being there? No, that's not happening. That is not happening.
Where
but C19 was a different time, but I still would not do that. I would wait until after C19 is over, because you don't know if you're gonna have a safety net that you did. You don't know how long C19 was gonna last at that time too. So yeah, that was not a wise thing to do.
You need to electronically sign the paperwork. This is what he's telling me. And so he was like, we're set to close like just before Memorial Day. And so for some reason, again, there's still that nagging part. For some reason,
her intuition,
I didn't start packing. Anyone that knows me will tell you I hate moving. I've done it enough in my life. I hate moving. But I did not start packing up that house at all. I was just like, I'm pregnant. My body was changing so fast that it was like I can barely keep my eyes open half the day.
Oh, no.
And so, no, I didn't start packing. And I remember I did record, again, I was recording audio diaries just about every day. When something didn't sit right, I would verbally record it in the audio diary, because I was like, I don't know what it is, but there's something. That was the theme of our relationship. I don't know what it is, but I know there's something. And so I remember talking to myself in my little prayer closet, because that's where I would do my recordings. And I remember thinking, what if we don't get this house? Like, what if he's lying? But again, there goes that thought.
That's the good question, though. That's the good question.
Process of, why would he lie about this? Like, who makes up that they're buying a house when in fact
there's several reasons why he's gonna lie, but the only thing I'm a little bit the unsolved mystery, the Scooby-Doo mystery for me is the fact, like, what is his end goal? What is all this lying for? He got her pregnant now. That's
they're not.
Is the end goal, I'd like to know.
And then he's showing you all this paperwork. Like, come on.
again, if she comes from like a very wealthy family, like she's the one that have like those cars and all this stuff, I was okay. His angle is like to get her assets and all this stuff, right? But she says she's living paycheck to paycheck, and he's the one paying all the bills now. So I'm a little bit concerned what his angle is.
You can't be that jaded that you don't even believe what's in front of you. All right? So now we're going to go into part 5.
That was good. That was good. Part 5. Let's get started, okay? So it looks like we almost have like an hour and 2 minutes left before TikTok goes boom, okay? So hang in there. We have 1 more hour left, okay? So let's go to part 5.
Okay, part 5. Who the fuck did I marry? So I'm questioning all this stuff in my head out loud on my audio diaries. And then once again, I'm like, but look at what he's giving you. Like, he's paying, it wasn't a question about money. It was just a question of, are we really about to move into this house? And keep in mind, he's paying all the household bills. He still is. So we were supposed to close before Memorial Day. We didn't. There was an excuse. There was always an excuse with him. Always an excuse. And I didn't know enough about the process to question stuff because I really wasn't involved the way I should have been. And it was giving me a lot of anxiety.
And I feel like, again, goes back to what I said originally. The minute he started paying bills, she let a lot of her guard down by saying, he's taking care of the bills. He looks responsible. He sounds like a responsible guy. And so she just kind of like dropped her guards a lot of things because she has to realize too, even though his name, I'm pretty sure she probably would have been a co-signer too, right? Her name is going onto the house eventually, right? So I would definitely make sure I do my due diligence to like know the process, like, hey, what's going on here, right? And you guys are getting married too, like that's yours too. So I think it would have been good. In hindsight, it's 2020. So let's kind of carry on, right?
So I'm pregnant with a lot of anxiety. And if I'm gonna be 100% honest with y'all, I was not expecting that I was probably going to have a healthy pregnancy.
Is she gonna have twins?
Because I was stressed. And what I was stressed about is I didn't know what was going on because I wasn't really involved the way that a normal relationship would be.
I think her intuition was telling her, hey, this is not right. Something is not right. And she failed to like listen to her intuition. And that's the whole like bedrock of this whole thing. It's just like she failed to listen to her intuition.
Involved. Just being honest. So we did not close we moved now into June. This is now going into June. Around June 5th, I looked at the house again on realtor.com. I don't know what made me do it other than, and I don't mean to sound super spiritual. I know that people are like, you know, you may or may not believe in God, but I'm telling you, I believe with all my heart. Probably the Holy Spirit was like, look at that house on realtor.com. So I looked at the house on realtor.com. This was around June 5th. It showed that the house was off the market. Oh. And I remember being like, okay, wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? Because ex-husband is telling me we're about to close on the house. We're about to close. It's our house. We got furniture, da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. He's also telling me that he's been in contact with the realtor, his friend, who was telling him, you know, this is what was happening next. Here's what's going on. So the guy that we initially worked with apparently is completely out of the picture. But again, I was not heavily involved. So I'm just like, let me look at the house. I see it's off market. What the fuck does off market mean? Like now I'm really freaking out. So it shows the name of the real estate agent for the seller. I don't remember her name. I called her and I said, you know, I said, my husband and I, even though I wasn't married,
you can tell deep down inside her, she really wanted to believe him. Right? Yes, her intuition is telling her, yeah, this sounds too good to be true. Get out, right? But she made a lot of decisions that kind of keep her in, like, I ain't getting pregnant, right? And you could just still tell, like, she's still trying to fight that, like, to say, hey, listen, he's believable. I trust him. But again, it's better to trust but verify, right? Trust but verify.
And I were looking at this house at 123 Main Street, and we really wanted to tour it, but now I'm showing it's off market. Is it not available? Or, you know, I pulled that card and she was like, oh, no, ma'am. The home closed yesterday. It closed June 4th. Again, there are certain dates I just remember. And I said, oh, it closed June 4th? I was like, really? And she said, yes, ma'am. She was like, my sellers sold the house. And I was like, oh, man, okay. Well, I said, my husband and I really wanted, you know, we love the pictures of it. And we're getting ready to start a family. So I would have loved to have been able to, have the opportunity to see it. I asked her something. I don't remember the specific question I asked her. And I know why I asked the question, because I was anticipating that my boyfriend at the time was going to have some sort of excuse. So I asked her something about the buyers. And I remember, and somehow, again, forgive me, I don't remember the question I asked her. But the answer was that it was an older white couple.
He's not white, right? I'm just kidding. I was kidding.
So I get off the phone with her. I record an audio diary. And in the audio diary, I specifically say, okay, there is no house.
Oh, man.
He's going to have to get out of this lie somehow.
Damn. That's it. It's like, this is what sucked about this whole situation. She worked her whole life. She doing well for herself, right? All she needed was that one piece, like, to complete her life, what goals she had, right? And you could tell she's having this internal debate when he came to the house and they were not married. And then it's like having this kid and come to the realization, like, yo, something is not right. Her intuition is like telling her, no, this is not right. Now pregnant. Now things are starting to, like, just collapse, right? Implode, right? And she's realizing, like, hey, who is this person I'm next to? This is scary. Because the fact that she told herself, like, he's going to find a way to get out of this. I mean, she knows he's a liar. She's come to the realization, like, yeah, this guy is a liar. Not just, oh, man. And he has some fantastical lives, right? And this is only part 5. Jeez. Oh, man, I should have done a reaction to this video a long time ago. Again, we have less than, like, what is it, 46 minutes for, 54 minutes before TikTok goes kaboom, so.
Because now I realize, at the very least, he was lying about, him being the one who was under contract. I knew enough about that. So I was like, what, how was he going to get out of this? Again, I've listened to the audio diary.
How do you think he's going to try to get out of this?
In 2020.
What do you think?
I literally said in our audio diary, how is he going to get out of this lie? And I was trying to think of ways on how he's going to do it. And something said to me, because I say it on the audio diary, I said, he's going to say it's a bad deal. And he's going to say he wants to pull out. Y'all keep in mind.
I feel like there's a lot missing, because for her to come to the realization that he's a liar, And again, she's pregnant in May. Several things must have occurred for her to like come to that realization that's not being told now. That's my only thing. I feel like few things are being omitted because you just don't go like, yeah, he's good, to like all of a sudden, like literally the next day when one thing happens, like he's, of course, it depends how severe the situation is, right? But in this situation, it doesn't look like there was like, yeah, she saw some red flag, but doesn't mean like those were like really severe that she stated so far. Because I can just tell you like video what 2 3 I started like saying, okay, yeah, this is massive, like this doesn't even sound correct. But for her to come to this realization and said that in the audio, she must have seen other things that she admitted right from this video. So okay, he's a walking red flag, and this is how he's gonna respond, because she's basically saying she kind of knows how he is by now, right? Those few weeks of living with him. Okay,
I am pregnant. So I had a decision to make. As ugly as this decision was, I made the decision. You're about to have a baby with this man. He's paying all the household bills. Let him get out of the lie. And that's what I did. I purposely made...
Adios míos. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. No. No good.
The decision that I knew he was going to come back, and I knew he was going to give me some bullshit on why he couldn't buy the house, because he didn't know that I knew that house is already sold. The house is already sold. And this is the part where I said, I'm gonna be honest, even though it's gonna make me look bad, because most women in their right mind would have been like, I'm out. And I didn't. So, sure enough, he came home. He didn't really say anything that day. The next day I asked him about the house. And he said, my friend, the realtor, he was like, I'm talking to him because something's going on with the interest rate. And when he said that, I felt so much relief, because I knew that I had been prepared for, he's going to give you some bullshit. So when he said there's something with the interest rate, I said, you know what? If this is literally what I said, y'all. If the interest rate isn't good, then we shouldn't move there. We should probably let this house go. We should cancel whatever furniture we ordered, or, appliances, and let's just look for another house. I said I would like to be moved before the...
So she basically gave him an alley-oop, and he's gonna dunk it. See, he's gonna dunk on another fantastical lie, but knowing him, like a normal person, so yeah, you're right. But I know he's probably gonna come up with some like some crazy crossover and just like a finger roll. So let's see what he's gonna say. Well, he
end of the year
plays football, so he's gonna come up with some crazy like touchdown tricks, right?
I said I really don't want to be 9 months pregnant moving into a house. I would like to be done with this before then. And the way I said it was so calm, and he was like, okay, I'm gonna call the friend, the realtor, and tell him I'm backing out of the house, and I'm gonna see if I can get my earnest money back. And I remember looking at him. I was standing in the kitchen, and I cocked my head to the side, and I said, okay, get your earnest money back, and let's find another house.
Oh my goodness. Hey, break time, please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't already. We're gonna do different stuff on this channel. So we're gonna do commentary, we're gonna do a whole bunch of different things, okay? So hit the like and don't forget to subscribe, okay? If you're looking at it from the vertical, just double click on the button on your phone to hit the like, okay? Please hit the like so you can take this video to the algorithm, okay? Thanks for your time, and let's continue. Again, TikTok is gonna go kaboom pretty soon, so let's keep going. But so far so good. Part 5.
And so that's how that first house fell through. So
What month is
Fast
this?
forward. I keep
What month is this?
looking at this to see how much time I have, because you know they only give you 10 minutes. So this is part 5. Part 6 is coming up. But subsequently, what ends up happening the next week, which is mid-June, I was at work. And
Okay, so we're in June of 2020.
And I started cramping, started bleeding. And at this point, my doctor, I had just had an ultrasound earlier that day. So I went to work because the ultrasound was fine. I went to work and the cramping and the bleeding started. And I started crying because I kind of knew what was going on.
Oh, no.
And my doctor had called me and told me that when they did the ultrasound, they did not see a heartbeat. So she was like, this pregnancy is not going to be viable. So I'm crying, hysterical. And now we're going to get into part 6.
Okay, part 6. Let's go. Again, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe.
Okay.
So she stopped driving.
So this is part 6 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So where we left off. So obviously, my doctor had called and told me there was no heartbeat. The pregnancy was not viable at that point, and I was cramping and spotting at work. Went into my best friend's office and immediately started crying. She was like, "What's going on?" And I said, I told her what the doctor said, and she grabbed her keys, grabbed her purse, and was like, "Let's go, I'm taking you home." On my way home, I called my boyfriend and told him what the doctor said, and he was like, "I'll meet you at home." So he was coming from Duluth, went straight home. And so about 24 or 48 hours later, I had a doctor's appointment. And my doctor gave me 3 options. First option, let everything happen naturally. Your body will expel the fetus on its own. Second option, you can take a pill which will induce...
Trigger warning. Please trigger warning, okay? Trigger warning.
expelling the fetus at home. The pill basically will cause you to contract and expel. The third option was to go into the hospital and do a DNC. I did not want to do a DNC because I did not want to be in a hospital with COVID going on. And for whatever reason, I did not do the option of let it happen naturally. So I chose to do the pill. His birthday was June 17th. My ex's birthday was June 17th. So the decision was made, we're going to celebrate his birthday that day, go out to eat. And then that night I would take the pill because we both were off from work the next 2 or 3 days. So went out to eat, to try to celebrate as best we could, and then took the pill that night. That night was the most traumatic, excruciating pain I've ever put my body through. I do not recommend any woman, if prayerfully you don't have to go through that, but I don't recommend taking that pill. If you don't have to, don't do it. I spent the whole night in the bathroom just crying in so much pain.
Oh, sorry.
They gave me a narcotic. I couldn't take it because I found out I was allergic to it. So it was causing me to like projectile vomiting. It was a mess. So, and he was right there. You know, he was scared that he needed to take me to the ER. But in the morning, the pain kind of subsided. So about 72 hours later, I had another doctor's appointment where the purpose of this appointment was to do an ultrasound to see if everything had passed. Everything did not pass. So because of that, my doctor was like, we're going to have to do a DNC. My DNC was scheduled for the first week of July. My boyfriend, my ex, was going to take me. That was always the plan. 2 days before my procedure, he comes home and tells me that he is up for a promotion. He's up to be promoted to VP. Because of this, the president of the company, excuse me, is coming in, and it was going to be this huge business meeting he had to go to. The business meeting was scheduled for the day of my surgery. And so I'm
Wow. This took a very emotional toll. Went to a whole very emotional like direction. So
I'm throwing a fit because I was like, you there's no way you can do that meeting. Like, I need you to take me to the hospital and all this other stuff. And so he offered to have his sister take me to the hospital. Apparently his sister lived in Douglasville. I was like, no, because I've never met her. Like, I'm not having a stranger take me to the hospital. No, this is a private situation. I don't want to do that, blah, blah, blah. So my aunt had offered to take me. And then my friend who took me home from work had offered to take me. So at that point, we get into an argument because he's like, my sister is, you about your family, so why can't she step in? And I was like, nah, because I don't know her. Period. I don't know her. So,
is that really his sister? I think last I checked, he has like what, 2 sisters? Maybe wrong.
So my friend offers to take me to the hospital because I was all distressed that he's saying he has a business meeting and he can't take me. So I remember being on I-75 on the connector on the phone with her crying because I was so embarrassed that he wasn't going to be the one to take me and that I was needing to rely on someone else to take me to the hospital in order to get a D&C done. And she was really great. She was like, girl, this is why you have a village. Like, it's okay. Things happen. The world is crazy right now. I will take you. You're going to be okay. So he did not take me to the hospital for my D&C. My friend did. She could not stay because of COVID protocol. So when they wheeled me into pre-op after I got checked in, I texted him and was just letting him know, hey, here's the update. I'm about to, I'm in pre-op. They're going to get me prepared to go back to the surgical ward or whatever. And the response I got was from his new executive assistant named David. Now, when he told me he was up for the promotion, he did tell me that part of getting this new job would be that he would get an executive assistant named David. And he did tell me, I'm going to make sure that I inform David, if you get a text from this number, meaning from me, pull me out of the meeting because, my fiance's having a procedure done and I'm picking her up. So it's important that you come get me if it's something serious. So I text him. David responds. He said, yeah, Mr. Blah Blah told me that you are having a procedure done. If you need me to get him, I can go get him. He's in a meeting. Just let me know what you need. And I just said, no, don't bother him. I'm just giving an update that they're about to take me back. And David responds and says, I'm so sorry you're going through this. Please let me know if there's anything I can do. So I have the procedure. I wake up and I am now in recovery. I should be in recovery 45 minutes up.
This is a very emotional part. Part 6 is very, again, trigger warning throughout the whole video. She just went through stuff of having a miscarriage. So just again, it's a little sensitive, very sensitive topic here. So
up to an hour and a half. I wake up. First thing I ask, and I remember asking, is where is so-and-so? The nurse who was so sweet, she was like, everything went well. You're doing great. She said, we spoke to your fiance. He's on his way. So I said, okay, I kind of dozed back out, but I could still hear everything that was going on. I just could not keep my eyes open to save my life. So I hear her talk to the other nurse. And that's when she said, yeah, Dr. So-and-so called her fiance and his executive assistant picked up. And the executive assistant said that he was in a business meeting and that, you could relay to him what you need to say and he'll tell the fiance. And my doctor was like, hell no, HIPAA, I need to speak to him. So apparently my fiance called the doctor back about 30 minutes later, and the doctor informed him she'll be ready to be discharged in about an hour. You can make your way and come pick her up. He said he was on his way. He was on his way from Duluth to Atlanta, which is not a huge distance, but the time of day, one thing about Atlanta, there's always traffic. So he should have been there within the hour. I should have only been in recovery an hour and a half. Let's go to the next part.
Again, very emotional part. We're gonna go to part 7, okay?
Part 7. Who the fuck did I marry? So
sorry for the low volume. That's not something I have control over.
I should have been in recovery at Northside Hospital for about at most an hour and a half. Subsequently, I ended up being in recovery between 3 to 3.5 hours.
Let me guess, you didn't show up?
Calling my ex.
Oh no.
Asking what's the status, because they were actually getting ready to do a shift change. So they kept calling, asking what's the status? What's the status? Like, where are you? I want to say that they called a total of 3 times and they spoke to him twice. So at this point, I knew.
To him or David?
That they were all like, where's her fiance? Like, what is going on? He said he was stuck in traffic, and so he was making his way there. He eventually did get to Northside Hospital, and they wheeled me down, because again, he couldn't come in, just because of the protocols. So when I got in the car, and I'm in pain, but yet drugged up, couldn't keep my eyes open, I was just out of it. But I remember him calling my aunt and my mother and letting them know I picked her up, we're on the way home, let me get her settled, and then I'll give you guys an update. I remember that. What I did not know was that he had texted my aunt and my mom and asked them to not bother me for like a week. Like, just please don't reach out to her. Let her just rest. I am from New Jersey. I am from an African American family. You don't tell my black mama or my black aunt that, please don't bother her for a week. I didn't know this at the time, but I'm just interjecting that part. I'm trying to stay in the timeline, but he did apparently do that, and my aunt was like, "Well, I will fuck you up." Anyway, so go home. He waits on me hand and foot. I recover. Just needed about 24 to 48 hours to just get my mind right. During this time, in between when the house in Douglasville fell through, we had not talked about a house.
Please don't. Let's not go back to house hunting. Let's just not go back to house hunting. Please do not. Please do not.
So I guess it was about a week later after the DNC.
Again, if you're just coming in, sorry for the low volume. There's nothing I can do about that, okay? I think that's her audio, okay? Hopefully the next part, the volume kind of picks up, okay?
He decides that, do you want to start looking for a house again?
Oh, no.
I have hiccups, y'all. Do you want to start looking for a house again? Because of what happened with the house in Douglasville, I felt like I was smarter this time to say, I want to be involved in every aspect.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, this sequel better be better. The sequel, this part 2 of whatever she's about to go through, she better like have learned from the past experience and like, I don't know, be more involved. So let's see. She says it. So let's see if she actually followed through. Okay.
I don't know what the fuck happened with that house in Douglasville, but what I do know is that he lied to me.
Yes.
I didn't know then what I know now. I just knew he lied about I knew he lied about being under contract. So I told him, I said, I don't want to work with your friend who I've never met, never talked to. I know that he has talked to him because he's talked to him in front of me. And I'm going to demonstrate on one of the videos how he used to do his phone calls. Don't worry, it's coming. So we found a new real estate agent. Really nice guy. His name was Scott. I am using his real name. Really nice guy. And we told him what the budget was. And Scott was like, okay, when you guys are ready, we can start looking at houses. Try to look for houses that are empty because you can actually tour those. If it's a house where someone's already living in there, chances are it's going to have to be a virtual tour because of COVID. So I found a house that I absolutely, in total, we must have looked at about 15 houses. But I found a house in Smyrna that I absolutely loved. We toured the house.
Looks
Everything
very beautiful.
About this house was perfect. The house was listed for $699,000. It was a brand new construction build. The only issue was that the basement was not finished, and he wanted the basement to be his man cave. Again, I went with him to tour this house, so this was already feeling very different than the situation in Douglasville, because we did not actually tour the Douglasville house. We only did a FaceTime virtual tour. This house in Smyrna, we toured. We toured this house more than once, and it was gorgeous, fucking gorgeous. So we talked about it. He said that he had the money. Again, the price was $699. He said he felt comfortable putting in an all cash offer. If you remember on the videos before.
Wait a minute. What?
He told me he had money in his savings from when he played football. So when he said an all cash offer.
Again, this football is not the NFL that he was playing in. Some like different league that I did a quick Google search. It was like they're making like $30-something thousand a year, right? For average players. So yeah.
Even I knew you got that kind of money, like, where you can cut a cashier's check for $699,000, and he told me he did. He had money in savings from when he played football, and he was very comfortable paying all cash for this home. So the real estate agent, Scott, sent over the paperwork. The paperwork was sent in both of our names. It was sent to my email.
Okay.
That was another thing that I changed after Douglasville. Everything gets sent to me.
She's not playing.
And then I will be sure that he signs it. So he sent it to me. I looked over the offer. We were going to...
Again, part 7. We've seen growth. We've seen her started like this is like an RPG game, right? A Japanese role playing game. We've seen her started from like the level 0 where she was not as active, right? So now part 7, level 7, you can tell she's learned her lesson, right? But let's hope she actually does retain those intuition, actually enforce those. So when she feels like something is really wrong, stop, give him the leeway, right? And because again, based on what I've known, like the outcome of this is going to be bad. So apparently we're going to go all the way to 52. We're going to realize that, yeah, she still let a lot of like red flag down and paid a consequence for that.
Full price offer with a request to have the basement finished. Also, we were requesting for the seller to give us an answer within 24 hours. We were requesting a quick closing.
Okay.
These are just some of the things I remember. I remember 24 hours, like I didn't want to wait on y'all think about it. 24 hours, let us know if you're accepting the offer or not. And then also a quick closing because
cash offer,
a new construction.
Cash offer.
So we didn't have to wait for the current tenant to move out.
I'm pretty sure they would have said yes.
So I watched in our bedroom as he pulled it up because it was a electronic document. He signed his name to the offer for $699,000 cash. He requested again, the seller let us know in 24 hours if they were accepting the offer. So we submitted the offer at around 6 p.m. We were requesting that by 6 p.m. the next day, they let us know if the offer was accepted or not. I watched him sign the offer. I sent the offer back to Scott from my email. All parties had signed. Scott texted us and said, I got it. I'm submitting it. I will let you know what they say. Let's go into part 7.
Oh, no. Okay, sorry about the volume for part 6. That's something I have no control over that. So let's go to part 8, okay?
All right, part 8 of Who the Fuck
Perfect. The volume is better. So let's get into it.
Did I marry? So we submitted an offer on the house in Smyrna.
Okay.
I sent it over to Scott, our realtor. And next day comes, Scott asked if we can take a phone call. So he calls us and tells us that the offer was not accepted and the builder did not do a counter offer. We don't exactly know why. We don't exactly know why he didn't accept it, but the bottom line is that we figured out later on that he didn't want to finish the basement. So the offer was not accepted. The house fell through. I was okay with that because, again, I knew he had put in an offer. So we continued looking at other houses. We found another house.
Cash offer. Cash.
House in Smyrna that he really liked. I thought that it was way too big.
I know there was a follow-up interview to like for the guy that the person she's talking about, right? And I don't remember what the whole like his own what the reason why he wanted to do all this for no reason. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. Like what is the point of this? Right, because this story gets very, very, just like it goes a lot of places. It get very like crazy, as you're gonna see. Like, why put through someone through this? Like, just a spoiler alert: he doesn't have that money. But I love how confidently he just put like 700,000. Yeah, I have the cash. Like, yeah, like if you need a loan for $2 billion, just hit me up. I'll loan it to you, right? With 2% interest, right? It's just like how someone can just say that with so much confidence, right? And just go through the whole paperwork. That's a different type of crazy.
For just the two of us.
Look at this. This is beautiful. Can we go on a tangent real quick? If it's for 2 people, right? Let's say like 3. Well, you have a family, right? 2, 4, right? Do you feel this is too big? It's a nice house.
And so the price of this home was much higher than the $750,000 that Chase had approved for the mortgage. So what he explained to me was that he was willing to do the $750,000 mortgage, and he was also willing to put a significant amount of the money in savings on the house, which meant that he was now comfortable going from $750,000.
Oh, I read it. I was gonna like ask. Do you guys think it's gonna go up to $1 million? Well, I read the caption, and it says like going from 750,000 up to $900,000. At that point, he might just hit $1 million, right?
900,000. Again, his whole explanation was, I have the money where I can put down a substantial down payment, bring down the price of the home, and then basically mortgage the rest of it. So that was now the plan. I was not comfortable with a home over $900,000. But again, keep in mind, I saw the Chase paperwork. So I was like, I just feel more comfortable sticking at the $750,000 mark. That's what you were approved for. Let's go with that. By this point, this is now fall of 2020. We have been talking about marriage. I had my ring. He had made VP at the company. And again, he was calling me every day from work. I need to kind of explain how the company was ran, because when you think VP, you would think he would be in an office. It was a condiment company, so they actually were producing the condiments, and I'm not saying the name of the company on purpose, but they were producing the condiments in this particular plant location. So a lot of times he would simply tell me that he walked the floor, checking in with his subordinates, basically. Now, how did he go to work? For the most part, at this point, he left before I woke up.
Okay.
However, pretty much he wore dress pants, kind of like a dark navy blue cargo pant. And he had a polo shirt with the company logo on it. What I saw a lot of times is that he would not wear the polo shirt to work. He would wear like a company t-shirt. He would wear rubber sole shoes and the navy blue cargo pants. I didn't think it was a uniform, but it reminded me of what someone would wear when I worked at Amazon, if you're going to be doing manual labor. He didn't go to work sloppy looking at all, but it definitely was not suit and tie.
VP.
Nowhere near suit and tie.
It didn't give the VP kind of appearance.
Fair to note that outside of work, he was a man who he loved to dress. He loved to wear the latest Jordans. He loved to collect watches. He collected a lot of Invicta watches. He loved to collect hats. He wore hats, baseball caps everywhere because he didn't like the shape of his head. So in terms of how he dressed casually, the man, he could dress. In terms of how he dressed for work, yeah, he didn't dress like a VP. But his excuse was, I'm constantly walking the production floor, and I can't be in a suit and tie walking the production floor where they're creating the condiments that we're selling. So by this point, again, this is fall. We're still looking at houses. We're still touring houses as much as we can because it is COVID. We had found another house that we really liked.
I'm a little perplexed though. Remember when she first started part one, she was saying how she was a little concerned about bringing a man that she's not married to her house, but she's looking for a home, right? To her apartment, right? But she's looking for a house. Why not focus on getting married at that time, right? That was just something that they could easily like jump the broom on, right? They just like focus on getting married and that before start looking for a house, before start like making that commitment to like, okay, this is someone I'm gonna live with, and this is someone who I'm gonna share a debt with, right? A debt with, right? So it's just, I don't know, it's just something I just kind of I notice.
And a house that I really truly wanted to put an offer in on. This was now going to be the second house that we put an offer on.
Okay.
He put in the asking price, I believe, was about $700,000. He put in under asking an offer for about $650,000. I'm guessing, but I'll try to find the house and put it on this and put it on the story. The reason that house fell through, we found out that the home was sitting on a septic tank. We found out that the septic...
Low key, ever since she got involved, like, he's been very lucky with his excuses. Like his excuses sounds very legit. Like it's not him. Or like I don't think he's that smart enough to like pick houses that he knows like something is gonna go wrong. So far, like ever again, she decided to say, you know what, I'm gonna trust and trust but verify. It looks like the excuse has been pretty good. So it's like, okay, looks like he's actually like being a stand-up guy, right?
Septic tank had an issue, and it would have taken about $15,000 to $20,000 to fix the septic tank. The sellers were not willing to fix the septic tank. Personally, I ain't really care for the house that much. I'm the one who was like, I don't really want it. So even though we put an offer in, we had 24 hours where we could pull our offer back. And so we did. Once we found out, I believe it was in the disclosure. And if you're a realtor, please feel free to tell me if I'm using the wrong terminology. But I believe it was in the disclosure that they told us the septic tank needs to be replaced. That's when I was like, nah, I don't want that house. So we pulled out. The house fell through. And so I was fine with it because, again, I was heavily involved. I saw him sign the offer. I knew every step of what was going on. Our real estate agent, Scott, was amazing, but you will see when I get to it where he made a mistake as a real estate agent. So,
like low key again, looks like the guy has a lot of luck on his side. So again, a little break. We have 15 minutes left until the ticket to the talk, aka TikTok, is gonna go bye-bye. So let's make history today. Let's just take a time. This is just like a little break. Don't forget to hit the like, subscribe to the channel, and feel free to leave any comments. So I'm not exactly seeing the comment live because I'm using one monitor. So if I change my screen, it's gonna pause this. So please leave a comment. I'm gonna try to get back to it. And don't forget to hit the like and subscribe, okay? We have 15 minutes left, like 16 minutes left before Ticket to the Talk go kaboom, okay? So on here, and we're going over one of the most popular story at that time. So I'm just going to be here until like it goes night-night, okay? And if it doesn't, so we're going to try it as much as possible to like go through this whole story, okay? When part 8, I think there's about 52 to 54.
House number 2 fell through.
Okay.
We then moved on, saw a few more houses, and then we get to house number 3.
Okay.
I'm going to pause talking about the houses because now I need to introduce what happened with the cars.
Oh, no.
Stay tuned.
Oh, no. Part 8 is over. Let's go to the next part, okay?
Okay, so
we're going to talk about the cars. Let's go.
I just want to clear up some things that I realized is kind of creating some confusion. So just
so this is just more of a clarification video, so it's not part of the series.
This video to serve as a stop sign. Let's clarify.
Okay.
First of all, the story, background. He was born in Philly.
Okay.
Raised in Philly, and moved to Augusta. Story is that he moved to Augusta for high school. After high school, he went to college at San Diego State. Enjoyed San Diego State, stayed in San Diego for quite a while.
San Diego is beautiful. Love that place.
Got married out in California, had a house in California, played arena football out in California, but his family was back here in Augusta, Georgia.
Got it.
He still had a lot of family up in Philly, but for the most part, he had a sister in Augusta. He had a sister in Douglasville. He had a brother in Baltimore. He had another brother in Philly, and he had a brother in Nashville. So I just want to clarify that in terms of not the demographics, but the geography. Born in Philly, came to Augusta for high school, went to San Diego State for college, played football, stayed at San Diego, got married out there, but still had quite a bit of family here in here in Georgia. He also had a sister, I think I said, who lived in Douglasville. I have physically met his aunt, who lived in Augusta. I've met his brother who lives in Augusta. I have spoken on FaceTime with a brother who lives in Baltimore. And then I will demonstrate how
I feel like skipping past this part. What do you guys
he
think?
used to talk to the brother that lives in Philly. Jeweler at the Mall of Georgia, he had me pick out 3 rings. I told him which one I liked the most because I knew
Let's see. We're gonna try to like just scam right through this part,
it wasn't
okay?
basically said, when I'm ready, I'll give you the ring. About, I guess it was summer because I was actually pregnant when the ring came. We were sitting at the dinner table. He took the ring box out of his pocket, slammed it on the dinner table, and I was like, what is this? He was like, open it.
What?
I opened it. Inside was the ring that I had wanted, that I had chosen at the jeweler.
That's not romantic.
And he was like, all right, so this means that you're going to be my wife. I was pregnant. So, again, when I asked y'all to give me grace, it's because there are certain things that's just like, girl, what was you thinking? Trust me.
Yeah.
There's no excuse. So there was never a will you.
She sounds like a very smart person, right? But then again, when you have emotions involved, sometimes the smartest person is gonna make the one of the most like just say for lack of better words like dumb decisions. Okay, when it comes to the heart. Okay, she sounds like overall she sounds like a very very well put together person. But again, maybe it's that part of her life that she makes those kind of like bad decisions when it comes to a relationship.
You marry me. It was more of a we're living together.
Yeah.
We're having a baby together.
I don't think that's what it was. I think it was just. It sounds to me it was just my okay here. Like it sounds like they're like I don't know like just a casual conversation. Hey, here's the ring. Just like marry me. That's that's weird.
Get married because the backstory also was that his dad was a retired.
Okay, we're gonna scrub right through this real quick.
Police officer, and so that's how we ended up engaged. And I was wearing a ring. It's from Philly, so I just wanted to back to Georgia.
So they are engaged. I remember her saying like my fiance and while she was in the hospital, but I thought it was just her way of like saying that because they like you know saying that like they live in the same house. That's her way to like feel comfortable saying like having him in the house is like saying that's my fiance. But it looks like they did get engaged during that time. So I like this little like I like this video. It fills in some gap, but again I'm gonna scrub right through this. So we can get to the next part.
And he talked to them. We'll touch back on this. He was on the phone in front of me talking to the person. So he talked to his siblings every day. He talked to his aunt almost every day. He talked to his family the way I talk to my family almost every day.
Oh, wow.
And again, I will demonstrate how he used to do the phone calls. I will also demonstrate how he used to do the work phone calls because he called me every single day from work. And he would talk to people while he was on the phone with me. And I could hear people in the background. But that's a whole nother part.
What?
Again, buckle your seats. I promise I'm reading your comments, I'm reading your questions, but I wanted to bring this video just to clarify some stuff. Hopefully this helps.
I did miss a lot.
And,
I should have done a reaction to this video a long time ago.
I know people are fascinated by this, but more than anything, I hope that there's a woman watching this and she's saying to herself, okay, it's time for me to ask some questions.
Yes.
That's my hope.
Okay, so that's a clarification video. We're done with that. I scrubbed right through it. We didn't watch the whole thing, but let's go to the next part, okay?
All right.
Part 9.
Part 9 of Who the Fuck Did I...
So it looks like this is going to be the last part because TikTok is going to go boom, okay? Let's see.
Mary.
We're going to continue. Don't forget to hit the like. If TikTok doesn't go like, goes with the night, we're going to be here for a little bit of time, okay? it depends on if people are liking it. If people are not liking it, I'm just gonna like call it a day. But let's see what happens in the next 8 minutes, okay?
So we're pausing on the house stuff.
Okay.
Let me tell you about the car. So when I met my ex-husband, I was driving a 2012 Nissan Rogue, fully loaded. It had quite a few miles on it, but it got me from A to B. It was in good condition, but I was upside down in the car. He was driving a 2018 Ford Taurus, sport mode. I know he had a sport mode on the car, and I love driving that car. When he told me how he was a regional manager, he told me that one of the perks that came with the job was that he would be getting a company car. And so we spent time going to Range Rover of South Atlanta. We spent time going to...
Oh my God. It's like, why is it it's a culture of just like, we live in a culture where more promotion does not, like, a lot of people just see that as like, okay, time now to increase my liabilities, right? That's just absurd to me. Like, you go from that kind of car to a Range Rover, like, something is wrong with that car. You're spending thousands of dollars, right? Like, why would you not just wait? Like, okay, I got this promotion, I got this position, right? Let's wait 3-4 more years before we get another car, before we get a car. Oh, man.
Jaguar. We spent time going to BMW. We spent time going to Ford, which was on Mount Zion in Morrow, if you all are familiar with that area. He test drove a whole lot of cars. In the end, he decided on a BMW sedan. I was there when he test drove the car. I got in the car with him. I loved it. And he explained to the salesperson, you know, I'm getting a company car. I need to get a printout of the full price of the car, tax tag and title. Because what my company is going to do is wire over the money for the car. The salesperson was like, okay, you know.
I don't think that's how company cars work.
Apparently that happens a lot. So he gave him a printout with the tax tag and title for the car.
The company's not gonna wire the employee. So let's, for clarification, the company is gonna buy the car under the company's name. It's not gonna wire the money to an employee. No, that's not how it works, right? The company purchased the car, right? And then the employee can use the car. Okay, so let's be clear on that. Okay, so they're not gonna say, "Hey, we're gonna send you the money," because then it becomes taxable for whoever they send that money, right? And a lot of employees do not want that. So you don't want all of a sudden a BMW, look at $80,000 car. You're gonna get a tax liability for that, right? And then you're also your income. Right? No, it doesn't make any sense. It makes zero sense. The company's gonna buy the car, and then they're gonna loan you the car to use. Because the company owns that vehicle. Just for clarification.
Of me and the salesperson, he called the person in the finance department for his job. Obviously, I have no idea what this person's name is, but he called the person. He explained to them, this is the amount of money. He said the president of the company, so-and-so, has authorized for him to get a car, not spending more than, I think, $90,000 tax tag and title. The BMW came out.
That's what I'm saying. If they wire him that money, he's becomes like the tax liability goes to him now. So he has to pay taxes on the $90,000 he received. So that's why the company is going to be the one purchasing the vehicle. Okay. Yeah.
To just under 90,000. And so I remember this conversation so fucking vividly.
What?
So he's on the phone in front. I'm sitting down, the salesperson sitting down at their desk, and he's like, they put me on hold. And so he's like, I guess the person comes back and he says, yeah, the price of the car is blah, blah, blah. He was like, give me a second and I can send you a picture of that printout that shows tax tag and title for the BMW. He gets off the phone. He takes a picture of it. He sends it to whoever. He waits about 10 minutes. He calls the person back. He says, did you get it? Apparently the person did get it. But the person who can actually physically do the wire transfer,
it's not there. It's not there.
Had gone home for the day.
No. Man.
Okay. So what he says to the BMW salesperson, he's like, okay, we're going to have to do this tomorrow because so-and-so went home for the day. I don't know who the salesperson is. I can only tell you from my viewpoint what I thought. I had no reason to think this was a lie. I really didn't. Because again, you got to please keep in mind the circumstances that all of this is happening.
Seriously, that guy's very scary, man. People like that is scared to live in, was scared to live in hell out of me because they're not living in this reality. They're somewhere else. To play something like that so vividly and just go out there and just make up this fantastic lie, right? And just say it with a straight face and like try to do this pretend call, etc. That's scary. Oh my goodness.
We're inside the dealership. We're sitting at the desk of this person. He gave us the printout. He's on the phone, doing business, basically saying, look, this is how much money the car is going to cost. He's taking a picture of it. He seemingly is texting someone saying, this is how much, this is proof of how much it is. Then he asked the BMW salesperson, I need your
1 minute left before TikTok goes boom, okay? So let's see, 1 minute left.
Wire transfer information. The guy got up, rushed over to, I guess, their finance area to get the bank wire information, because obviously you have to wire it a certain kind of way. Rushes back over, gives it to my ex-husband. My ex-husband's like, okay, first thing in the morning, we will get this wired over, and then, I'll come and pick up the car. My fiance, will drive me up here to pick up the car. Okay. So we leave. He felt like, because at the time that this all happened, I was pregnant. So he felt like, look, we're about to have a baby. I don't want you driving that Nissan Rogue. I want to get you something more secure, something new. I really wanted a Kia. I really wanted a Kia Telluride. And he was like, well, let's look at the warranty. This man knew a lot about cars. He knew a lot about the warranty. He knew a lot about the depreciation value. And so he did talk to me a lot about what will we get the most for our money. We test drove. When I say we, I test drove.
Just going from a Beamer, from a Be My Wife to a Kia. That's what Beamer stands for. Be My Wife.
A Kia Telluride, a Kia Sorento. He didn't like either of those. He had me test drive a Ford Explorer. He didn't really care for that. Then came time where he really wanted me to get a BMW.
Okay.
He really wanted me to get a BMW X5. So he took me to Global BMW Imports, which, if you know anything about Atlanta, it's off of Cobb Parkway, but you can.
Well, the video is still live, so I guess TikTok is still going. I don't know. You
can see it off the highway.
I'm gonna try to go on TikTok on my phone to see if it works, okay? Because it looks like it's still working.
I believe 285 is where you can see the Global Imports BMW dealership. He took me there. He had me test drive an X5, an X6. He also had me.
So it looks like if you go to TikTok on your phone, it looks like it's banned. You're not the app is gonna close. But since I already started this video, it looks like I'm probably just gonna finish this part. So let's see. Okay, we're gonna go through this part and let's see if the ban is going to be enforced on my browser, okay? But on the phone, if you go to TikTok on your phone, the app is definitely not working, okay? But again, on the browser, because I already clicked on the video, so I think that's why it's still working, okay? But when it refresh, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to go back in this.
Test drive I think I'm going to get the numbers wrong, a 525, which was a sedan. I did not like that. I wanted an SUV. I loved driving the BMW. He also had me drive an M series, test drive an M series. So he was very
Yeah, that's the bad boy. If a regular X5 costs, let's say $90,000, M5 is gonna cost probably like, I don't know, 160. Yeah, those are the performance package. That's the big boys over there. Okay.
adamant that I should get
Like the M5, the M3. I think the X5 series. I don't think it's fully a M series. I think they add like it's not fully M. It's not fully performance. It's like it's a sub performance one. But I mean, again, I may be wrong. I may be wrong on that one. But I know like you can get an M3, and that thing's fast as hell.
BMW. The reason being is because, according to him, he had a BMW in California when he lived in San Diego. He had a BMW that he loved. It was a white BMW. He showed me pictures of the BMW. So he showed me pictures of this white BMW that he had, and unfortunately, the car got totaled about 2 months before he moved to Georgia. So he had received...
Again, thanks for everyone for being here. If you go to TikTok on your phone, it's definitely banned. I'm using a web version, and it looks like it's still working. But as you can see, the comments are gone. So I'm pretty sure when I press next on this video, I'm pretty sure like my TikTok is gonna go boom. It's gonna disappear. Okay, so let's carry on. It looks like this is gonna be the last part. Okay.
Money, not a lot, but some money to get another car, and he used it to get the Ford Taurus because he was like, I just need a car that's going to get me from A to B until I get into a house and I'm much more settled. For him, he was like, I'm really giving myself 60 days to get settled here in Georgia after moving from California. But then he met me. Again, that's the story. So he had me test drive the BMW. So much so, I loved the BMW. Loved it. I wanted a dark blue BMW with cognac interior. I wanted an X5, and I wanted an M series. So I can clearly tell y'all that's exactly...
I think it's the M package, right? Because I don't think the X5 really go... Again, this is for the car, like... For the car lovers out there, let me know if the X5, again, not the sedan, right? The X, the SUV, right? Do they really fully like M versions, or it's more like a package that you get for it? Okay, because the package is different than like a fully M3, M5. Those ones are like from the ground up. They're built like performance. Okay.
Car I wanted. We were online looking for that particular car because not every dealership had it. I was okay with a black BMW if needed, but I really wanted dark blue, and I really wanted that cognac colored interior. So he felt like, I want you to consider all of a sudden an Audi Q8. Let's just see how you like it. If you don't really like it, then we will go back to the BMW. I cannot tell you why he switched up. I can't. But I can tell you he took me to an Audi dealership on Peachtree Industrial. He test drove an Audi, and I test drove an Audi Q8. I loved the Q8. Loved it. But I was tired of test driving cars. By this point, I had test driven so many cars. Our weekends were spent either looking at a house or test driving cars. And I was picky, I will admit that.
So, again, hindsight is 2020. So she was literally just like playing around with his fantasy. She just didn't know that, like that test driving kind of phase, because none of this stuff is going to be material, right?
So he had me test drive the Q8. I really liked it. I finally just told him, look, I'm good with either the BMW or the Audi, because I'm tired of test driving cars. He told my family he was buying me a new car because, keep in mind, let me let y'all know, he had met my family initially on Zoom because, again, we were locked down. He had met my family. He also had met my family in person because at this point, it was like, look, if you're not showing any symptoms, maybe we can do family dinner. And so he had met my family in person. And now we will go ahead and move towards part 10 of this series.
Part 10, I don't think is going to let me do it. Looks like TikTok ban is in effect. When I went to my phone, it states that I'm not able to access it. So let's see exactly what it states. It says the law banning TikTok has been enacted, right, in the United States. Unfortunately, that means you can't use TikTok from now. We are fortunate that President Donald Trump has, whatever, he's going to go into like Donald Trump, like, yeah, but anyway, let's not get into politics, okay? So let's see if it's going to work for me, okay? I'm going to go to part 10, right? Don't forget to hit the like, okay? Hit the like on this video and don't forget to subscribe, okay? Let's go to part 10. It works. So it looks like as far as I'm in here, I don't leave, I should be fine, okay? Maybe I should have had like several videos like already populated, right? So as far as I'm in a browser, it's gonna keep giving me access to it, okay?
Okay, part 10. Who the fuck did I marry? Okay, had to sneeze. All right, so at this point, I had test driven all these cars. Kias, hell, he even had me test drive a Nissan Murano, but the main two were BMW and an Audi. He had told my grandfather he was getting me a car. He had told my aunt he was getting me a car. That he was going to, he was like, she's going to be my wife. I want her to be in something secure. So my family was really like, wow, wow, who knew that he had this kind of money? And so I hated the fact that he did that, because anytime he got around my family, here's another red flag to put in the United Nations of red flags, he would always talk about money, and he would always brag. I never realized it in real time. I didn't realize it until I was out of the situation. He always bragged about the fact that he could fight, the fact that he had money, and the fact that he played football. Those are the three things he always bragged about.
That he doesn't know how to do.
Back to the cars. So I told him, I was like, pick one between the BMW and the Audi, because you said you buying it. So pick one. So this man chose the Audi. So he takes me to the dealership. I wanted a white Q8. He does give me the printout of how much it's going to cost, tax, tag, and title, to get this Q8. Gentleman who's helping us gives him the printout. He's saying he's going to pay this money for the car out of the savings account that's offshore. That's the story. That's what he's saying. So he apparently is asking the guy, is there a holding fee? Can I pay a holding fee to secure this car while I'm working to get the money transferred? Because obviously with COVID, it's going to take long for the banks to transfer the money. Side note, I need everyone to understand, one of the reasons why he was able to get away with the stuff he got away with is because we were on lockdown. It's crazy because it's now 2024. But I don't know, do we all remember how it seemed like a lot of stuff stopped in 2020? Now, keep in mind, that's not an excuse I'm making, because shit still got done. But in terms of business as usual just was not happening in 2020 at this time. So when he's saying, oh, it's going to take a while for the bank to transfer the money, the gentleman who was working at Audi he didn't make a face. He didn't blink. He was like, I know it's going to take a while because of COVID. So basically what ends up happening is we leave. He has the printout. He calls the bank, or he calls his financial advisor, who does have a name. The financial advisor's name is Eric. I feel comfortable using certain people's names, especially if we find out they didn't exist. So he calls Eric. He tells Eric in front of me, hey, I need to transfer $72,526, whatever the amount was, because I'm buying a car for my fiance. This is the bank account information. Do you need me to give it to you over the phone, or do you need me to email it to you? Pause. I can't hear what the person's saying, but that's what he would do. Do you need me to give it to you over the phone, or can I email it to you? Okay. Okay. All right. Give me a few minutes and I'll go ahead and email it to you. All right. Let me know. I'll call you back to find out if you received it. Okay. Hang up. So I'm hearing this because, again, I'm not paying attention to, did I hear anybody on the other phone? Did I hear anybody on the other end? So he proceeds to type up an email, type up something, telling him this is the information that we need. I didn't think anything of it. He called me at work the next day to tell me that the money was sent to Audi, that he called Audi and he confirmed with Audi that they received the money. What he told me is that the car is going to be delivered to the house. Y'all, it's not that I lived in the hood, because I didn't, but I did not live in an area of Clayton County where you would have a brand new Audi delivered to your house. So I remember saying to him, I don't want that car delivered to the house, not yet, because I need to put that car in the garage. And my Nissan I only had a 1-car garage, so my Nissan was in the garage. So he said, okay, well, let me call them back and change the delivery date. Can you be home, or can you do a half day? So he's asking me, can you work a half day so that they can deliver the car and you will be home for it? I said, yes, that's fine. Because again, it's COVID. I'm working from home anyway. I only had to go in the office 2 days a week. So I'm at home the next day. He told me the car would be delivered between the hours of 1 and 3. Obviously, between 1 and 3, nothing happened. So 3 o'clock, I called him. He's at work. He sends me the voicemail. He calls me back. I said, it's 3 o'clock. No one ever came with the car. What's going on? And then I remember I was like, well, do I need to call Audi myself? Because I thought that you handled it. But if you didn't handle it, do I need to call them? And so whenever I would suggest I will handle it, he would get very, very defensive. Red flag number 472. So he was like, no, I will call Audi. Don't do anything. I'll call Audi and find out what's going on. Okay. So I'm at home chilling, cooking dinner. Normal.
Oh, this suck. I was on mute. Sorry, I was on mute. I'm just going to let this play. I was on mute. I was giving my best light commentary ever, but I was on mute.
He calls me back and says, yeah, the car was stuck on the truck in Spartanburg, because apparently that's where their deliveries come from. So when he told me this, I was in the kitchen laughing.
Oh, come on.
Because by this point, I will be honest, and I told y'all I'll be honest even when it makes me look bad. I was guilty of, on one hand, I believed him, and on the other hand, I was like, let me see what lie he come up with. Let me just see. But keep in mind, my brain was really not rationalizing, not comprehending how deep the lie was. I just thought that no one told him the car was going to be delivered, and he made that up. I had no idea how deep the lie went. So he said, the car's in Spartanburg. It should be delivered this weekend. The weekend came, he had a whole other excuse. I don't remember what the exact excuse was as to why the car was never delivered. I do remember we got into an argument, and I was like, don't even worry about it. I'm going to get a new car my damn self. I don't even need your help. Which is probably one of the worst things you can tell a narcissist, because
I guess she's no more getting the brand new home delivery, special delivery Audi anymore. Okay,
they love to be the hero. It's all about them. But I was like, don't even worry about it. I'll get when I have the money to get a car myself, I'll do it. I don't want to hear anything else about a new car. I don't want to hear shit else about a car. Because at this point, I was spending way too much time trying to figure out, are we getting a car? Are we getting a house? Like, what the fuck is going on? Always there was an excuse. So when I told him I don't want to hear anything else about a car, and I am not going to a dealership to test drive another car, that ended that whole discussion right there. So this is where I'm going to interject what I believe was happening. I believe that my ex-husband is the type of person, he gets off, nut. He gets off on you being excited about something that he knows you will never get. So I believe that he enjoyed going.
What? That's some sadistic stuff right there, man. Because my thing is that I thought he lived like he's so like lost in La La Land that he may believe he has this money somewhere, that he believes that he's like, if he does all this like action, the money's gonna show up. You get what I'm saying? And this, again, it's weird to me. I'm not trying to understand this. Like, whatever he's saying, I just know he's a liar. That's how I see it, right? But the idea that now she's saying, like, this is how he gets this is his, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, his excitement is the fact, like, hey, or maybe too, he gets this excitement, like, he knows, he's lying, and he gets off that, like, okay, let's see how far she's gonna go with me. I don't know. This is some sadistic stuff right here. This is like, man, I know there's some men that have those story time too about like women like this, and that's, to me, that's scary. I stay away from people like this, man.
Going to car dealerships. He enjoyed watching me test drive a car and get excited about it, knowing I was not going to get it. It is the level
sick.
of cruelty. And again, I'm telling y'all stuff that I found out way later on. It is the level of cruelty that I still cannot comprehend. So the whole issue about the BMW and the Audi, I think he just enjoyed seeing me get excited and then pull it away. Part 11 coming up.
Okay, this is part 10. We're going to part 11, okay? Just so you know, TikTok is officially banned in the US, right? Because I had this video on my browser, so I'm not sure exactly how many parts was saved before, like, the ban is going to kick me off the website, right? But I know if I press Control R, like, which is to refresh it, I'm gonna be kicked out. Okay, so I'm gonna try not to do that. I'm just gonna try to press down. Let's see if it works. Part 11 works. So as you can see, there's no comments, there's no recommendations. So if I click anywhere else, I feel like it's gonna kick me off. Okay, but this works, so let's keep going. Okay.
All right, part 11. So for this part, I'm just gonna give you some backstory on the family. Pause all the stuff about the house. Pause the stuff.
I think I'm probably the only person on TikTok right now in the US, okay? I think I found a little loophole. What I should have done is I should have had a lot of like stories that I like that I'm gonna cover. I should have had them all lined up, right? And don't press refresh, so I can, that way for the week or so I can just go over the stories, okay? This one I'm gonna try my best not to press refresh, and let's see how long I have, okay? Because I'm pretty sure I'm the only one in the US right now that's currently on TikTok.
Stuff about the car. This is backstory on his family, my ex-husband's family. All right, follow me. My ex-husband's parents, mom and dad, are both deceased. Mom passed away from cancer. Dad passed away shortly after her. I'm not sure what he passed away from. So he has a number of siblings.
She's very attentive. I feel like there's something inside. I know she says, yeah, she overlooked certain things, right? I feel like there's something about her that wanted to overlook the stuff. Like, she knows the stuff is all fairy tale, right? Again, she's a very smart person, but I know, like, you can be smart all you want to, but sometimes when it comes to like love, right, we sometimes make like decisions that may not like align with like how intelligent we are, right? But you could just tell, like, just some of the breakdown she does, how detailed she goes into, and just the family stuff, and like it was like breaks down some part, like. But I'm just like, damn, like, why didn't you really, like, why did you let this stuff go? Like, was this some kind of like thrill that she's getting from this too? That's what we have to kind of recognize, that she knows he's lying, but she's giving him excuses. She's giving him out. Like, is she getting a thrill from this? Right?
Yes, too.
Because the truth be told, if she never experienced this and let herself go through this, we may have not really followed her, right? Is that what? I don't know. Let's not go too much in that rabbit hole. Okay, let's continue on. Okay.
With his parents.
Again, I'm gonna try to carry on. I'm gonna try to go forward before TikTok kick me off. Okay.
He has two siblings, two brothers. Two brothers. One is older, lives in Philly. One is younger by 2 years, lives in Nashville. He has two sisters. One, Shantae, is older, lives in Douglasville with her husband and two kids, a boy and a girl. Younger sister Kim is the baby, lives in Augusta with her husband, worked at, I think he told me, Procter & Gamble. That was the story. He had two half brothers that were through his dad. One brother lived in Baltimore. The other brother lived in Augusta. The brother that lived in Augusta, I have physically met in person, shook hands, hugged, all that. The brother that lived in Baltimore, I have FaceTimed with, talked to him. The brother that lived in Philly, the older brother that he looked up to, I have never talked to him on the phone. I would always talk to him through my ex-husband. So the conversation would be like, hey, babe, brother so-and-so said, hey. He didn't call him brother so-and-so. We'll call him John. John said, hey. Hey, John. I would be in the bathroom doing my hair, brushing my teeth. Hey, John. And he would be like, did you hear? He said, how you doing? I was like, I'm good. How's he doing? Because that's just me. And so he would relay back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Maybe he was talking to spirits. So scary, but maybe he was.
He talked to John every day from starting around July after the grandmother passed away. He would talk to John every morning. We both would be getting ready for work and he would be on the phone with John. They would be talking for 30, 40 minutes, talking about football, talking about other siblings. They would be talking about cars. It was really like not a big deal. They would talk about the brother in Baltimore. They would talk about the brother in Augusta. And then they would reminisce. This is the conversations I could hear. Let me explain. When I say I can hear a conversation, what that means is I am physically standing near him or next to him where I could hear him with the phone up to his ear talking to someone, because it wasn't me. Okay? I may not hear the other person because the phone call may not be on speakerphone. But what I hear is, for example, I hear, hey man, what y'all doing? Oh, for real? Y'all barbecuing this weekend? What y'all make?
So she's not hearing a voice on the other line, right? Okay. And we're gonna find out later that again, I've never watched this completely, right? From the beginning to the end, but I did like listen to a few parts before because this is a very popular story. We're gonna come to find out that those people she was the phone calls were like basically he was talking to himself, and that's scary. My theory is that he's probably was talking to spirits. Do you know how absurd that must be? It's like, and that's why it's very dangerous. She even entertained the fact like, hey, he was having this like those small lies, and she even entertained those because she kept enabling certain things, and that's all that did to him. Just like give him like more reason to want to play with you compared to like say, hey, I'm not playing this game. I'm out of here, right? But that's scary. He was living in Disney in DuckTales.
Okay.
In Disney DuckTale
Oh,
land.
that's what's up. Nah, I think me and her gonna stay in this weekend because, you know, these numbers is looking crazy with COVID. Yeah, she over here. She's just sitting right here. She watched the TV.
Do you know
Okay, hold on. John said, hey. Hey,
that would
John.
have been when she
heard her?
find out.
Okay.
Do you know how scary that is when she finds out like that those person were not real?
All right, bruh. I just wanted to check in on you. That's the type of conversation I'm explaining. Okay, so I hope that that gives a little more clarity about the type of conversations I'm hearing. So, I don't know why this light keeps going out. Okay, so that's how he would talk to his siblings. The grandmother passed away. He called me around April or May and told me that his grandmother passed away. His grandmother, on his dad's side, had died suddenly from COVID. She had symptoms. She went to...
You know he had to use the C19. You know he had to use that. You know that was coming, right? If that's something he's gonna do, I'm surprised more family members didn't pass away from C19. That was an easy like alley-oop for him, man. That was an easy one.
Bed and did not wake up. He was distraught. He was crying. He wasn't eating. He was just sitting there, listening to music, not watching TV, just sad, because he was like, you know, my grandmother was always my support system. So from what I saw, it really bothered him. I did not think anything of it. I'm one of those people, if you tell me somebody in your family passed away, I'm gonna believe you, because I don't play about death.
Yeah.
And I guess I expect other people don't either. However, that is not the same for everyone else, but we'll get there. So, family, he had his sister, Shantae, who lived in Douglasville. Like I said, she was married with 2 kids. Apparently she was a nurse. So when I had my miscarriage, that was a sister that he was like, my sister will take you to the hospital. Like, okay. That's what family does. Okay. I had never met Shantae. I've been on the phone, I've been around him when he was on the phone with Shantae. Never heard her part of the conversation. But he would be talking to his sister. That's what he said. That's what it sounded like too. Now, what is interesting is that we lived maybe 35, 40 minutes away from Douglasville. So there were plenty of times that he had invited me to go with him to his sister's house. Okay, let me tell you how this would always work out. Total times he invited me was probably 3 times for different barbecues or whatnot. The first time he invited me, I was like, nah, I ain't going, because again, COVID. And she's a nurse. Hell no.
Oh, got it.
The second time he was like,
she's a very, she appears to be logical. That's where I'm just like what exactly are you gaining from like playing this game with him? Like, it's all a game, man. She, as you can see, like for example, like the house. At that point, she kind of realized that yes, he's not being truthful. Okay, just give him like a little like she's enabling his behavior. Now the car thing took time off work. Of course, she got the invisible Wonder Woman vehicle, so it got it delivered, but it's just invisible. She cannot see that, right? Okay, that right there should be like a flag. But I don't know. I feel like, again, like what she just said right now just made me think like, yes, she has something there. Like, she's not like someone who's extremely gullible. But why are you like even entertain this stuff? Like, you know, like she's common sense. Like, say, hey, listen, she's a nurse. More likely than not, she's like around a lot of patients that have that. So let me not be around there. So if you see a liar and he just lies for no reason, he's living in this fantastical world of lying. Why even play with him? Okay? Why even play with him? I have a theory a little bit, because I feel like maybe it's because of the fact like she felt like maybe she wanted to get pregnant. Have we ever thought about this before? Again, I've never watched the whole thing. I just have this theory because how fast she got pregnant. She was nervous about the fact that like that she's gonna live with a man without being married, but you're getting pregnant. I think that's a little concerning. Maybe it's something she just feel like, I'm getting a little older in age, and this is something I want to do, and maybe she feels like he's gonna be that person to provide that. But like, is that the person that you really want to have a child with? Like, he's already like starting off like this, like just living in la la land, because when the child comes, it only gets worse.
Like, yeah, she invited us, but I don't think we should go because COVID. No. The third time I agreed to go. I was like, absolutely, I'll go meet your sister. Like, that'd be great. On our way to her house, to Douglasville, to go see the sister, apparently he got a phone call.
She got COVID?
The phone was always like on vibrate.
She got COVID and passed away?
But he got a phone call.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think it is? She found the Wonder Woman vehicle and like drove off with it? Like, what happened?
And he told me that something came up. Okay. And so she had to cancel the bar.
I'm surprised he didn't use COVID. I'm surprised about that.
Barbecue, to get together, whatever. And so I was just like, oh man, you know, okay, well, hopefully we can go another time. It didn't happen close enough for me to have red flags. Got it. If that makes sense. But at this point, as y'all probably like, girl, you so blind. But again,
I don't understand. Okay, wait. I said got it, but maybe I don't understand it. Let's say, was it on exit? Let's say her exit was exit 50. Wasn't exit 2 he said it, or exit 1, or exit 20? Like, you have to, I don't know, man. People like this scare me, man. They really scare me because just like, oh man, just his mind is not here. It's probably in a whole different dimension. Like, it's probably somewhere else, the multiverse somewhere. He probably goes in and out the multiverse.
I didn't think anything of it because it's like, okay, it fell through. We'll see. We'll reschedule.
Like the car, the house.
And so we just went out to eat, and then he talked to another brother, the brother from Augusta that he would have on speakerphone. Mm-hmm. So it was like, you know, I didn't think anything of it. I really didn't. Man, and the more I talk about it, the more I realize, like, I'm not a dumb person, but it just never dawned on me the things that you have to now investigate. It didn't dawn on me, but nevertheless, that is the backstory for.
I do not take her as a dumb person at all. That's the thing about her. I don't, like, she doesn't come off that way to me. I just feel like there's something, the more I listen to her, I just feel like maybe the thing about her, like I said earlier, about maybe she really wanted a child. She feels like she's getting to that age that she really, really wanted a child, right? Because she's even giving him like alibis, and she's kind of enabling his behavior, and just like, and you could tell too that she's expecting that. She's telling us like, hey, I know it's not gonna happen, but I'm still there. And it's like kind of scary. It's like, damn, how lost was she in that part of her life? Again, this is C19. Maybe she did want comfort. Maybe she did lie to herself too. She's starting to lie to herself, just like he's lying to her, to kind of have someone there with her, not go through C19 alone herself, because there's some other stuff going on with her. Because I don't take her as someone who's like, I don't know, like just empty-headed, like, okay, she has nothing there, that's why she fell for it. It's like the story that I was going over before this video, right? My other video that I posted a few days ago, that story was just like, BS. I'm like, I don't believe her. I don't believe nothing about the story is true. But here I'm believing her, but I feel like there's something missing that she's allowing us to go on. Something missing.
His family, right? Grandmother passed away. 3 weeks later, he called me and told me his uncle had passed away from COVID. See? The uncle had tested positive.
See? He learned he could use that. He's like, oh, he went overtime with that.
Had to go into the hospital, and he died. It was a bit of a red flag. But like I said, I don't play about death. So I was just like, wow. Because of these 2 deaths, he became a stickler about COVID. And when I mean a stickler, wear your mask, wear gloves, hand sanitize, wash your hands. Like, he was annoying about making sure neither one of us caught COVID. So now I'm going to give you the backstory in regards to what I was told with the ex-wife.
Okay, this is going to get good. Again, a little break. Don't forget to hit the like. We're still on TikTok, okay? If you go to your phone, it says TikTok is banned in the US, right? The only reason I'm still on TikTok is the fact that, like, I use my browser, I use my computer to log into TikTok. And I think as far as I don't refresh my computer, I should be fine. So I'm probably one, if not one, or one of the very few people still, like, have access to TikTok, right? In the US. So let's enjoy that while we can by watching this this very popular video, like, who did I get married? Who did I get married to? Okay. So let's see. So let's go to part 12.
Okay, I know I look rough, but it's okay. It's okay. Anyway, so this is part 12 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So this is the backstory on what I was told for the ex-wife. This is important. Pay attention. All right. This is 2020. So this is what I was told in 2000.
I just read an article right now, just published by Axion. It says TikTok goes dark, vanished from Apple, Google, and app stores, right? Not for us. Not for us. We still got it, okay? We just can't click on anything. We're just going to stick to press play and go to the next video, and that's it, okay?
2020. I was told that he and his ex-wife used to be friends. Then they started dating and subsequently got married. They got married in California. He had bought a house with the money that he made from arena football. They had apparently gotten married on the downward of the arena football career. Had a nice house. He showed me a picture of the house, showed me pictures inside the house. Remember that? Showed me pictures inside the house. It was a really nice home in San Diego. And basically what happened was that he came home from work early one day and I have the hiccup, sorry. Came home early from work one day and his wife was sleeping with another man. The man was in the house. He and the man get into it. Her son, who is about 17 years old in 2020, she had 2 kids, a daughter and a son. The son apparently was on his way home from school when my ex-husband found his previous wife in bed with another man. So the story goes that he and the guy fought. He kicked the guy out. He kicked his ex-wife out, but told her the kids could stay. The kids are not biologically his. Those are his stepkids. She was like, you must be kidding. Like, I'm not leaving my kids here. The kids are old enough to where they were like, we don't want to go because you fucked up. We don't want to leave. So apparently she leaves. The kids stay with him for a few weeks. And then she gets her own place. The kids move in with their mom. He files for divorce in California. He files for divorce in California, and it was an ugly divorce. She was asking for spousal support, all kinds of stuff. And then it turned into, I'll help you with the kids, not child support, but just I will give you some money for the kids, because apparently he was very close to the kids and he wanted to keep a relationship with the kids. Their biological fathers, apparently there were 2 fathers, their biological fathers were not in the picture. So the divorce starts out contested and ugly, eventually becomes amicable. Eventually they become cordial with each other. So my ex-husband moved. This is all before he ever met me. So I'm telling you the story of what I was told in 2020. So eventually, about 2 years later, is when his job approached him about an opportunity to transfer to Georgia. And so he took it. New beginning, fresh start. He has family in Georgia. He took it. He told me this story pretty much the second or third conversation we had. So it was always from the beginning that she had cheated. He caught her, and he had filed for divorce, but he was still close to the kids. They still had a great relationship. I've heard him on the phone with the kids, just encouraging them, helping the 17-year-old like with homework. The kids really apparently wanted to meet me, and I was fine with that.
Okay, I'm back. Again, I think we're one of the few people like still have access to like the ticket to the talk, and we're doing a marathon of who did she marry, and so far so good. This is the first time I'm actually watching the whole thing. Okay, I've heard a little piece of the story, but until we get kicked off like the browser version of TikTok, we're gonna try to be here as long as possible. Okay. And this is part 12, but I think there's 50-something stories, 50-something parts to go, okay? So let's go.
He would send them money, if they needed something, because he loved the kids as if they were his own. I'm telling you the story as I was told it in 2020. So let's see, around April or May of 2020, he informs me that his ex-wife has moved to Georgia. Apparently, she's staying with her sister in Gwinnett County. So she has moved to Georgia. The 2 kids are now in Georgia. And so when he tells me all this, I'm like, so what's that supposed to mean? Now, I will say this. He never made it seem as if she wants him back. He never presented that. It was always, no, we're cool for the kids. We're cool for the kids. But he's never presented that she was trying to get him back. I feel like it's fair to her for me to say that. And again, stay with me. It all comes out. No. But that was the backstory.
We're here. Well, we're here until we finally get kicked out from TikTok, okay? We're here.
In regards to the ex-wife, that they got married in California, they divorced in California, and then she eventually moved to Georgia, to Gwinnett County, after he had transferred to Georgia for his job. He did tell me that, every now and then he'll get a text message from her. He told me that he, told her when I was pregnant, he felt like she needed to hear that from him instead of hearing it from the kids. And we got into a bit of an argument about that, but honey, in the big scheme of things, that anyway, so we got into an argument about that. I felt like that's none of her business. But that's the overall backstory of her. So remember, because there will be a quiz, but just remember, he met her in California.
Okay.
Married her in California.
Okay. And he walked in on her getting some extra activities with a man. Okay. I'm making light of this because it's all part of it's probably in his head. He's probably the one that cheated. He lives in La La Land, so let's not entertain that, okay?
Divorced her in California. She moved to Georgia, to Gwinnett County, after he moved to Georgia. Are we clear?
Yes. Okay. Got it. Okay, that part is over, so let's click and continue to the next part, okay? And again, I'm using TikTok, the web browser. Let's see if it kicks me off. Let's go. I'm still in.
Okay.
Part 13.
Part 13 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry?
Sorry, this volume is a little bit low, so this is gonna suck.
So I've kind of given you guys all the backstory. Let's just kind of recap real quick. So I told you how we met. Met in March of 2020.
Yes.
Basically, Georgia got shut down. I keep saying shut down. Got locked down. We decided to quarantine together. I know it was crazy. It was crazy. I really liked him.
We're gonna skip past some of this part. We're gonna scrub right through, okay? Because we know this already, okay?
For a car note fall.
Okay.
Going into
so this is like a summary of like everything we know so far from like part 1 to part 12, okay? So we're gonna try to skip through this a little bit.
Called us about 24 hours later, and so our real estate agent called us and was like,
okay, so we know this already.
That you're putting in the house fell through. We passed the 2 days.
Okay.
Until you.
So it looks like part 13 is just a summary of like the first part to like part 12. If you haven't watched those already, yeah, please watch the beginning to now. This is the good part to like just summarize. So, but now let's go to the next part. Okay. So part 14.
Okay, so good news and bad news. Number one, this is part 14 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? Bad news, this is going to be the last post for the night. And the reason why, good news, tomorrow's my birthday. So I'm just going to make this video, post it, and then I will pick back up probably Friday, because honestly, I truly want to enjoy my birthday tomorrow. I just want to enjoy my birthday. All right, so y'all don't be upset. Just, if anything, watch parts 1 through 14, then we'll be ready for part 15. So the house fell through in October 2020. And what I told him was, I said, I don't want to look at another house. I don't want to talk about cars.
No cars, no house. Jeez.
I want to get through the holidays. Because it was going to be a holiday season where I could not celebrate my family because of COVID.
This is not good. At this point, I feel like she's 100% convinced like this guy's a liar. Right? But why even entertain him, man? Why, again, C19 like really got a lot of people down, and I just think she probably just didn't want to be alone. But please do not engage in any more like adult activities with him. You don't want to put yourself in that position where now you're tied to him again.
COVID. So I said, I just want to get through the holidays. I want to get through the end of the year. And we'll revisit stuff in January. I was very calm when I said it. No argument, nothing like that. And he said he understood. A lot of what fueled me staying in this situation really was the fact that, number one, I didn't want to be alone. Number two...
See? Again, I have not watched the whole thing. I did hear a little like snippet of this, but I never knew that part, right? I knew it. That's what it was. That's the main corpus, like, why she didn't want to like leave him.
I didn't want to look stupid by having the relationship end so quickly, for everyone to be like, we told you something was up. And number three, I was ready to get married. And that, ready to get married fueled a lot of stuff.
To anyone like that? And that's why I feel like a lot of times I observe in my personal life is that like a lot of people like him, right? Those compulsive liars, right? Or just kind of those thieves, etc., right? You have to continue to feed them that energy, right? Because that's all they're energy vampires. You have to continue to give him that energy for like the stuff to work. It's like a lot of times people believe that like people like him, right? They're like he doesn't come off as very, very extremely aggressive, right? He like everything that happens, she kind of let it happen. That's one thing I don't like. It's like she literally let it happen. Like you caught him like this and it's kind of lie, but you continue on again, just like she just said. We have to respect that. It's the fact that like she was afraid to be alone. She really wanted to get married, but like married to him, Like, because that's going to end the divorce, and it's all going to be more like, oh yeah, I married the greatest liar, but you knew he was a liar. And that's where it goes down to, like, you knew who he was, so you chose to marry him. What? So you could just say you're married? That's insane.
And again, I was still making my audio diaries, so listening back to it, I knew something was wrong. I admit that. I knew something was wrong. But what I thought it was, truthfully, was like, why does it seem like there's always something? Like, why can't we just go ahead and get the house? Why is it always something? Why can't I just get the BMW? It still didn't dawn on me how deep this something went. And for the people who keep asking, I'm going in order of events. So yes, there will be a video where I explain how everything came out and what came out.
Let's hope I still have my TikTok account. Let's hope I'm not kicked off. Again, we're still on TikTok, right? What happens is, like, I use the web browser for TikTok. So because I think, like, the cookies, like, saved all this video, like, it still has me logged in. It hasn't completely kicked me off yet. So if I refresh this browser, it's going to kick me off, okay? So I'm going to try not to, okay?
What was true, what was not true. It's coming. I'm just getting all of this out in order. So I told him I didn't want to look at a house no more. I don't want to talk about houses. Do not mention the word Zillow. Do not mention the word realtor. Nothing. Let me just get through the holidays. And for myself, the question was, what do you want to do?
Exactly.
You want to stay with him? Or do you want to cut your losses? And the part that kept me constantly second guessing myself was, what if he's not lying?
What?
What if he's...
What are you talking about? She knows he's... Again, that's what I mean. Like, this energy vampire. You have to willfully participate in this stuff. Realize that. He didn't force her. She continues to just ignore her intuition, just logic. Again, she doesn't come off as like just someone who's very dense, right? At all, right? Yes, I feel like I don't care how smart you are sometimes. Sometimes when it comes to relationships, sometimes we play that like dumb games, right? Because we're like, you love this person. You don't want to believe that. But here it's just like off the rip, he was already like a red flag a little bit, certain things, right? But again, C19 did make her make a lot of decisions that she probably would not ordinarily make, because C19 was happening. See people like just life being lost, right? And at the height of it, it's like you couldn't really feel like you couldn't really leave, right? And she just don't want to be alone. So I get it. I get that part. But please don't have a child with him. Please keep it protected, right? But please don't lie to yourself like what this is, okay? Do not, that's the smart part should come up and say, okay, this is what this is. This is what I'm going to do. This is how I'm going to play it, okay? If you need it just because you want to feel warm to someone, I got it. I understand that. Again, we were in a very unique time in history.
He's not lying. Literally the conversation I had with myself was, there's no way he is lying about having money. You saw the paper from Chase. They don't just approve $750,000 for a mortgage for anybody. I've seen his checking account. Mm-hmm. You see how much money's in his available checking. Like you.
How much?
I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's lying about that. But what is it? Is it that he doesn't trust me? Like, I second guess myself.
If I was her, I would ask him to borrow some money. Can I borrow $20,000? Seriously. If he really has that much liquid, right, in his checking account, right, he should have no problem, right, borrowing giving her like, she should borrow $20,000. Just kind of check to see how liquid that stuff is. Like, yo, let me borrow $20,000. I'll give it right back.
So much. Is it that he doesn't trust me? Is it that maybe he doesn't really want to get married? Like, what is it? Because I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know that he's having conversations about move the money.
So that's different. So he is playing those, like, he's playing the games with her where she saw the fact, like, okay, I didn't know that. Like, he showed her bank statements and all those stuff. So again, it's a poly or fake. We live in a day and age where people can, like, just make some fraudulent, like, paperwork, okay? Like, yeah, so that's the kind of games he's playing.
Money from this account to that account. I know he's paying my car note and all these bills. Clearly this man is making money. I know that I saw the letter from HR that states his new salary is 200 and something thousand.
He's good. Oh my goodness. He's good.
And I remember thinking, like, God, what am I missing?
No.
I'm missing something, but what is it? Because I know what I've seen. I know what I have touched. I
borrow $20,000. Let's see how liquid those money is.
I have physically touched these papers. Like, I know how to read. So what is it that I am missing? He's close to his family. He talks to them all the time. You know, he's just a regular guy that just likes to watch NFL football. He leaves me alone when I want to watch Georgia football. You know, he's paying the bills, groceries. I haven't had to worry financially since I've met him.
Okay.
And as a woman who had lived on her own, paying her own bills, my God, that is the most intoxicating feeling when you meet.
That's how men feel too. That's how men feel too. When I meet a woman that pays all the bills. I think both sex must agree. Like,
that guy who just takes your stress and your worry away financially. But the downside is,
can you imagine when a man says that, right? I get it to have children, right? When a man says that, like, yes, I meet someone who is like taking care of me financially and everything, I think people are gonna look at him. Society's like molded to like look at him with a side eye, right? You see how liberated she feels, right? That's how I would feel if I'm like, oh, she takes care of everything. All my money goes in my pocket.
Stress and the worry financially away, and instead brought
I'm getting tired now, so we're gonna start having more fun.
mental fuck job I've never in my life had experienced, and I could not put my finger on it. I couldn't really talk to anybody about it because I'm a big believer in what happens at home stays at home. So I didn't talk to my girlfriends about it. I didn't talk to my family about it. But I just remember being like, what am I missing? What am I missing? So we did not talk about houses. We did not look at cars. We didn't do any of that for November, December. And he came to me like around Thanksgiving, and what I thought,
wait. Things are going good, but he needs to play a little trick on her, like a good magician he is, right? Wait a minute, this is too good. Wait, she's playing with him. Like, okay, I'm gonna play a game. Okay, let's make believe that we didn't get those stuff, but I think he wants to play another game.
Loving conversation.
Yeah,
and in that conversation, he was like, "Okay, I know I have fucked up. I know that things are not feeling too strong right now."
Self-reflection. This is good.
He was like, "I want us to get married. I want a home. I will show you whatever you need to see to put you at ease." He was very like contrite. He was very just like, what do I need to do to put your mind at ease so that you know I'm in this and that I want this.
Wow.
And that I love you and I want you to be my wife.
He really takes his fantasy game really seriously. Really seriously.
So I was like, show me your accounts.
Oh.
He showed me his checking.
No, let me borrow 20,000. You could play that games all you want to, papers, etc. When let me borrow the money, when the money is transferred, right? You have all this liquid of excess cash, right? You borrow $20,000, right? If you get the money, that means his money is real. Okay, he doesn't have it. Of course, like assume he doesn't have any fake stuff going on, but like she should have borrowed some money. That's what I feel, right?
He showed me one of his savings. He showed me a Chase savings. He did not show me the offshore.
Okay.
And he did not show me the U.S. bank. So,
is there a bank as U.S. bank, or is it USAA? Just curious.
He showed me those two accounts, checking and Chase savings. So I knew that there was money. What I saw in those accounts.
Oh, U.S. bank. Okay, got it. Okay. Every time I hear U.S. bank, I always think of USAA.
There was money. I told him, I was like, if we're going to buy a house, I want it to be through the mortgage on Chase. I don't want to deal with this proof of funds shit no more. I said, I do not want to look at another house until the beginning of the new year. He said, okay. That is when we then had a conversation. So I guess I lied, because we are going to have a part 15 or 16 tonight. But that is when we then had the discussion about marriage.
Okay.
And that is where religion came into play.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give y'all the other part tonight. Stand by.
Okay, that's part 14. Again, please, let's take a little break. Please hit the like and subscribe to this channel, please. Please, okay? And what we're going over right now is one of the most popular TikTok story time, okay? Who does she marry, right? And it looks like I'm still on TikTok because TikTok is officially offline, but it looks like because I use the browser version, right? I'm still able to like play this video. So we're going to try to go as much as possible tonight, okay? I'm going to try my best to at least get to like 30. If I can get to like 30, part 30, then we can probably come tomorrow to like finish your story, right? But we're going to 15 now. So let's get back to the video, okay? Don't forget to hit the like, please, and subscribe. If you don't want to subscribe, please hit the like, okay? Thank you very much, okay? And if you're using a vertical, just double tap your screen twice, right? To hit the like, huh?
Okay.
Part 15.
Part 15. Who the fuck?
And as you can see in the comments, it's not showing, okay? If I click on anywhere else, I feel like it's going to kick me off, okay? So I'm going to try my best just to play the video and go to next, and that's it, okay?
Did I marry? So in December of 2020.
Sorry for the low volume. That's out of my control.
Around beginning of December, we had a conversation, kind of a come to Jesus heart-to-heart conversation. And both of us had grown up in the church, and the fact that we were not married but living together, the fact that almost had a baby together, bothered both of us. Both of our families, my family and his family, were very adamant, like, okay, y'all either need to get married or y'all need to separate. And so I'm walking around with a ring on, which I'll post a picture of the ring because, God, there's so much to unpack. But anyway, walking around with the ring. And so he said to me, whatever I need to do my part to make this work, I'm willing to do. At the same time, it wasn't that I did not trust him as much as it was I felt like I wasn't trusting myself. Because, again, like I said in the previous video, I know what I saw. I know what I've read. I know what I've heard. But fuck, something was not sitting right with me. And every time I would question it in my head, the other side of me was like, okay, you know he ain't lying about the money because you saw it. So you know he ain't lying. Girl, are you that... Like, I remember saying to myself, are you that jaded that you don't even know what it's like to have a decent man? Yes, I really had the audacity to have that thought. So we agreed at the beginning of December, like, we wanted to be together. I believe I loved him. I believed he loved me. So the decision was made that we were going to get married. It's still COVID, so we had to follow certain protocol. So we filed our marriage license in Fayette County, Georgia, because you could not get an appointment in Clayton County to save your life. So we filed the marriage license in Fayette County. On our marriage license, it asked the number of previous marriages. He said 1, I had 0. It asked for our social security numbers.
Uh-oh.
He put his social security number down. I put my social security number down.
Okay.
I mentally wrote down his social security number.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Something is telling her this something is wrong, and her intuition is telling her that. Oh man, buddy. Oh buddy. I feel like this is where things is gonna start taking a turn. Okay. I feel like it's gonna get so good. I'm just gonna like probably binge watch this whole thing tonight. But let's hope TikTok doesn't kick me off. Okay, because right now it's banned. But because I have it in my browser, I'm still fine.
And I did a background check.
Oh, buddy.
I did a background check after I had filed a marriage license. Yes, I know.
Oh my goodness.
The background check, nothing came back. It was like no results found. I did a criminal background check, nothing came back. So I thought one of two things. Either I had the wrong social, meaning I wrote down the wrong social, or my paranoia was unfounded. There's nothing wrong with him, because he has been always throughout the relationship a big stickler about law enforcement, following the law, because his dad was a retired police officer. So this is someone who's been... This is a guy who would check to make sure my tail lights were working, make sure my signals were working, make sure my oil was good.
He's definitely not trying to get pulled over. So police can ring up his name and tell her something. So he's like, nope, I'm going to follow the law to the T. Hey, can't blame him, right?
Make sure I had enough gas in the car. Exactly. So when the criminal history came back with no results, I was like, well, of course there isn't, because the man probably hasn't had so much as a speeding ticket. So we filed the marriage license, and then we made an appointment to get married, and waiting for the judge to come out of chambers so that she could marry us. And the reason why I'm pausing is because, my God, if I could go back and see that young woman sitting in that lobby. Wow. I know we can't go back in time. But damn, if I could go back in time, I would.
I think she would do the same thing again. She knew what was going on. It's like, whatever her intuition was is correct, and she continues to ignore that. If it wasn't for the experience, right, she would not make this video, right? I think she wanted this experience, something deep down inside of her. Of course, she also mentioned too that she didn't want to be lonely, right? She wanted to be married, but like be married to someone like that. I cannot fathom the idea of waiting so long, and the first person I'm gonna marry, it's someone like that person. No, that's a no-no, right? Rather not be married.
Immediately, I didn't tell anyone I was getting married because I was afraid that we had tried before in September and something came up.
Again, sorry for the volume. I have no control over it. The volume's a little bit low.
I didn't want to tell anyone. I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up. I didn't want to get my hopes up. I know that's bad, but again, said I would be honest even if it's ugly. I told my mom, my family that we got married, told my friends. They could not believe it. Like my mother was relieved, but she had no idea about what was going on. My aunt was more like, really? You married him? My friend, the one who took me to the hospital for the miscarriage, was like, I wish you would have told me, like, you deserve to have people there, take pictures and celebrate and all this other stuff. And she was like, she's the type of friend, if you like it, I love it. You rock with him, I rock with him. The moment you don't, I don't either. So she was supportive. My other girlfriends were happy for me. They just hated that I had to get married during COVID. Because they were like, we would have loved to have, thrown you a bridal shower and a bachelorette party and all of that. It just sucks that you couldn't experience that. So we got married on a Tuesday. On the way home, stopped and got some wings. Went home, and I had to get ready to go to work the next day. And life. I got married January 5th. By January 31st, I knew I was in trouble.
Oh, no.
I still didn't.
Wait a minute. All the way from March to December, you didn't think you were in trouble? Wait a minute. Again, I'm not going to go too hard on her because the heart is something else, man. The heart is something else. And I will never forget the fact that, like, it's the environment where she was in, and that environment was C19, and, like, literally spending time with this person and just, like, feeling like looking around the world and going through this experience with this person, right? It's like someone who's like who's been to combat with someone else. They both have a certain kind of connection that others are not gonna understand. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's what's kind of going on with her. But by that time, you should know that he's a little cuckoo, but just the marriage, man. I guess she's thinking like, hey, if it's true that he has all this cash, maybe I'm gonna entitle it to, like, maybe he won the lottery. Maybe that's what she was thinking too. Like, maybe he won the lottery and it's a test for her. But this is not gonna be a good test, man.
How deep? But I knew I was in trouble.
Oh,
so
wait a minute.
To give you all a very, very, very candid idea, got married January 5th.
Mm-hmm.
The normal things that married newlyweds do.
Such as?
When we got married.
Okay.
Completely stopped.
Oh?
And that was not by me.
Wait, what? Okay. So she's talking about loving time. She's just talking about back rub and loving talent and adult things, okay? Let's keep this PG-13, okay? He just got married and all of a sudden just stop. You
always hear me.
I feel like, there's going to be several people he's probably married to before.
And talk about, man, now that we're married, she don't. In my case, it was the exact opposite.
What?
It was the exact opposite.
She wanted, he didn't want it.
Anyway, because this is not a forum to be all R-rated or whatnot, but y'all get what I'm saying. So we got married January 5th. January 6th, I went to work. It was a lot of people congratulated me because word got out that I had gotten married. January 7th,
divorce?
I filed the paperwork to change my last name. And if you were following me, you can go back like 15, 16 videos, and I talk about how I had to change my name back to my maiden name. But I changed my name within about 3 days of getting married. My attitude was, this is the bed that I made. I'm going to do right by him. I'm going to do right.
I don't like this, man. I do not like this at all. Do not like this. Do not like this. Do not like this. But it's not my life, right?
Marriage.
Because this is how he is. When you introduce kids, oh my goodness, it only gets worse.
I took marriage seriously, and when I married him, I absolutely married him thinking, I'm going to be with you for the next 40, 50 years. So we're going to have to figure this shit out. That was my mindset. I did not get married to turn around and be divorced in 6 months.
We all saw this coming. I'm sorry, we saw this coming. I shouldn't be laughing, but it's just like, again, let's give her the benefit of the doubt because of due to certain things we discussed earlier, right? But we saw this coming.
Married January 5th, 2021,
and the next day the Capitol was stormed. What a day! I'm just kidding. This is 2021. This is not the same.
January 31st.
What was the Capitol storm?
I knew
it was, right?
I was in serious trouble. So that is where we are. The next set of videos, the next set of all this will be me talking about how things
went. It is 2021. You know? Holy moly. January 6th, 2021. Oh my goodness. I'm getting tired, so please forgive me.
Before it
but
crashed,
yeah,
I found everything out. In the meantime, tomorrow is my birthday. So happy birthday to me.
Okay.
The fuck did I marry?
Okay. Part 16. I'm still going strong. I'm still trying my best to go strong. There are 50 something parts to this. And we were initially supposed to watch this onto TikTok goes offline. But it looks like on the phone, on a mobile phone, TikTok is offline. But on the web browser, because I clicked on the video, it looks like I'm still granted access to like keep going through the playlist, okay? So we're going to keep going. This is 7 minutes long, so let's keep going.
This is the interlude, basically. I'm not recapping on this video. I'm just kind of answering some stuff that has been written to me. Someone was like, why are you airing your business out on social media? It's a valid question. For me personally,
it's not the main story, so I feel like we're gonna skip right through this, okay? We're gonna just like scrub right through this, okay?
Yes, it is a Lifetime movie. Yes. Go ahead and show you signs. You ignored them. Like, I feel like God did everything.
Yep. She's right about that. She was giving signs. She got everything. It was like God was like, hey, this is what this is. She's like, no, I got this. And the outcome is not good.
God, you took too long. That is what I wanted. I felt
we're gonna scrub right through this part, and I feel like we're gonna go to part 17. Okay, I think I'm gonna stick to the main the main story, no side quest. So we're just gonna stick to like the actual like main course. Okay,
if you don't have anything to do and you just want to wish me happy birthday, wish me happy birthday tomorrow, February 5th.
Part 17. Now back to the main story.
Part 17. Who the fuck did I marry? So, for context and just to clarify some stuff, going forward, I'm going to now call my ex-husband, I'm going to use the name that I call him in real life. So that way it clears up the whole fiance, boyfriend, husband, ex-husband thing. So, his name is Legion. Anyone that knows me will tell you that is what I call him. So, Legion and I, when I left off at part 16, part 15, Legion and I got married January 5th of 2021. For the first 2 weeks, things were fine. We got into like a routine, basically. I would go to work, he would go to work. He was still leaving the house at around 6:15 every morning. He was still on the phone with his brother, the one that lived in Philly, every morning. That was their time to talk. From what I was told, the brother got off work. I guess he must have worked the third shift. And so he was getting off work as Legion was getting ready to go to work. So that was the perfect time for them to talk. He would talk to his brother in Baltimore and the brother in Augusta. Pretty much, just a quick phone call here and there, if not every day, every other day. So everything was pretty much the same. I would talk to my mom almost every day. I would talk to my aunt almost every day. So it was nothing to kind of, that's weird. That's what the morning routine was. He would talk. So I worked at Georgia State Patrol. And I said this in a previous video, but again, there were things I said in previous videos that I remember saying, hey, remember that because it's going to come back later.
We do. We took notes.
So I worked at Georgia State Patrol. I had been working there for almost 8 years, 7 or 8 years by the time Legion got into the picture. He was fine with the fact that I worked within law enforcement. I'm not a trooper. I'm not a sworn officer. I'm a civilian. However, he, again, his dad was a retired police officer. So he was perfectly fine in the beginning with the fact that I worked for Georgia State Patrol. He had been to my office before. He had met some of my co-workers. Obviously, even with COVID, because I still had to go into the office 2 or 3 days a week, he had been up there. So the friend who took me to the hospital when I had my miscarriage has met him. He and I have been to her home with her and her significant other before. So again, even in the world of COVID, when there were little times where you could get together with people, he has met people in my life. He has met my friend, or that particular friend, and he has met some of my coworkers. So when we got married, the first 2 weeks, like I said, was fine. And then it's as if something snapped. Something just changed.
To be fair, they barely knew each other. Started in March. By December, they were starting to get ready to get married. January, they were married, and as you barely knew each other.
What was totally acceptable before, suddenly little comments were made. Why are you wearing that to work? You get off at 3:30, so you'll be home by 5, right? Things that had never happened before. He had never questioned what time I'm going to be home. Really, he didn't need to question it because when I'm off work, I leave. So it was never a situation of, oh, I'm going to just sit around at work and just run my mouth because I have nothing to do. And then it turned into, he would call me every day from work. And I'm going to demonstrate how those phone calls went. But he would call me every day from work. And if he even so much as heard a male voice in the background, he would have little comments to me.
Yeah, he's doing something. He's doing something. He feels if he's doing it, you must be doing it. So that's where this insecurity is coming from, is the fact that he's up to no good, and he feels you should be up to no good too because he's busy. He's busy doing up to no good stuff.
Who was that? Are they in your office?
Who you with? Where you at? Where you going?
And, I never know who's around you because it seemed like every time I call you, I have the hiccups, sorry. It seems like every time I call you, there's some man around. And I'm just like, at first I kind of shrugged it off. I laughed it off because it really, truly was absurd to me. But then it became a bit more frequent. And so I really just didn't feed into it because I'm like, I don't know if this is some insecurity. I don't know if this is jealousy because nothing has ever been done to make you feel any sort of insecure type of way. I've never entertained another guy, never flirted with another guy. I don't know where this is coming from. So it is also important to note, we got married January 5th. Things started changing around 2 weeks later. And the reason why I know it's 2 weeks is because I had recorded an audio diary on January 21st is the date of the audio diary. And I talk about how maybe I had unrealistic expectations because it seemed as if things were changing with he and I. So 2 weeks pass, he starts making little comments. End of January comes, he informs me that he wants to start looking for a house again.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The house, the car, and the house, the car Sega is gonna commence now. Okay. Dragon Ball house.
I had no real desire to go through that process. So what he decides is that he's going to look for a house for us using his friend, the realtor, the one I did not meet.
And he's just going to update her.
He and his friend have been talking, and he's going to start looking at houses. And what he's going to do is basically, if he feels like it's a house I would like, then he wants to show it to me, because he feels like, I know that your attitude really isn't, you're in the mood to look for a house. So I'm going to start looking. And then if I think it's a great house, then, you can come see it. And I remember thinking, that's not going to work. You're not going to choose a house without me. And he was like, no, I'm not going to choose the house, but I just think that, me and old boy have been talking.
I think he got bored in living that, living that marriage life. He's like, we need to spice this up. We need to do some window shopping, house shopping, or my little game of I have this money and we're going to buy this $700,000 house. And he looked at her like, you want to play? And she's like, okay. Because she's saying basically okay. She's kind of getting along with this BS he's talking about buying a house. It's she's I just find it very interesting how every few months he's back to hey, let's go house shopping. Oh man.
Talking, and so he has some houses that he is representing. He wants to show me. So why don't you let me look at it? And if it's worth the time, then I'll bring you to look at it. So he already had some sort of plan in place after talking to his friend about how he's going to start looking at houses. This is the end of January 2021. So I kind of threw my hands in the air and was just like, whatever, because I'm not getting emotionally involved in looking at houses. And for me, that's kind of what it was. I felt like I would see a house, I could picture us living there, and then it gets snatched away somehow, some.
Want to play a game? Let's go house shopping. He takes the fun out of buying a house now, right? What if your significant other, this is the little way to get the little a rock salt is I'm gonna do an imaginary house shopping. That's this is some creepy weird stuff right here. Weird. He's trying to play an adult, but again, he's paying for everything, so it sounds believable. It's a very interesting case.
So the reaction that he wanted, which was for me to throw a fit, I did not do. I was just like, okay, all right, I trust you. And remember that I said the reaction he wanted, because that's going to come back later. So he started looking at houses. Funny enough, the houses that he looked at, none of them I actually saw. But he would call me and say, I'm at this house in Sandy Springs with the realtor friend. Apparently his realtor friend's name was Scott, not to be confused with the other Scott, the one that was actually helping us, that dropped us as clients. I want to make that clear. There were two Scotts. One is the realtor who was representing us, who said, hey, I need proof of funds. If you don't have those proof of funds, I cannot show you any more houses. The other Scott is his friend, who he had talked to on the phone at least 50 to 100 times. in front of me. That's the Scott that he said is going to show me this house in Sandy Springs. Apparently the house was like $800,000.
I think she said his name is Legion, right? I think Legion needs to like write a book. He has a very he has an imagination. Okay, I think he needs to like put that to like pen to paper and just like construct this like the Lord of the Ring kind of world and this fairy tales, because I'm pretty sure those authors that like wrote this book, they probably have very wild imagination, right? Just like he does. But what he's using this for is for evil, right? Because he's like creating this like fake facade and putting people through emotional roller coaster, which is not good. He needs to put that to like his imaginary world and put that to like into a book.
$1,000. So he was like, I think that if I like the house, then I'm gonna bring you out here so you can see it. All right. Now let's go into part 18.
Okay, I'm getting really tired. Okay, I think we should probably aim for like part 20, and then I'm gonna try my best. Don't refresh this again. TikTok is officially down. I think if I don't refresh this and I just keep going down on the playlist, I think I should be fine. Okay, so we're gonna go to part 18, and today we're gonna go to up to like hopefully up to the first 20 parts. Okay, and try to finish the rest tomorrow.
Okay, part 18. Who the fuck did I marry? So he starts looking at houses in Sandy Springs, Alpharetta area with his friend Scott. I did not see any of these houses. I did not go. I didn't want to go. So what was starting to change is, remember I said before, he would leave the house every day at around 6:15. He would be home every day between 3:30 and 4 o'clock without fail. It was so, I shouldn't say it was annoying, but I could set my clock by the fact that I would hear that garage door open between 3:30 and 4 o'clock every day that he went to work.
He had a job,
even
right?
During lockdown, he still had to go to work. His job was only locked down for maybe a week. For me, I was allowed to work from home, but unfortunately, I did not handle it well. And so I would fall asleep and not check email. So my boss was like, yeah, you're going to have to come back to the office because you're not trustworthy. And I wasn't. I mean, I would watch Netflix and not even be on my computer. So I had to start going back to work every day, 5 days a week. And I was, me and another lady were the only two in there because we were the only two who did not handle work from home properly. Anyway, that's another story. So Legion would...
This is one thing I like about her. At least she's a very honest person. Sheesh. She's like, it's like we live in a very weird world where this very honest person meets this very dishonest person and let's have a relationship. It's like, why? She could have easily told us, well, my boss did not like me and all that nonsense. No, she's being honest. Like, hey, I did not take working from home very well and I had to go to the office. She didn't have to put that, but she was being honest. This is who she is. So to me, it gives more credence to her story. But it's funny how she meets a very dishonest person and let's see how this works.
He started to not come home by 4 o'clock.
Oh, no.
He started to come home 5, 5:30.
Oh, no.
6.
That's why you wanted to know what time you're going to be home.
Because he was saying that he was looking at houses.
Oh, no.
After work with his friend Scott.
Well, that's a good one. I never heard that excuse before.
So it definitely was noticed that things are changing. And I just, at this point, kind of emotionally and mentally, I was just like, I don't know what to do. This is the end of January. Remember, I told you in part 15, I got married January 5th. By January 31st, I kind of knew I was in trouble.
Wow.
And by the end of January, sure enough, I knew things were changing in a way that I was like...
Let me guess, he still hasn't purchased a house.
I hate to sound redundant, But what the fuck is going on?
Oh.
So he still maintained the story of looking for a house.
Okay.
I had already let him know my lease is up in August. When my lease is up in August, I am moving to Cobb County. And then my attitude was kind of like, you can go with me or you can stay here. I don't care, but I'm moving. I'm leaving Clayton County. The reason why I was so adamant to move was not because of Clayton County. It was not because of the house that I was in. It was because Legion had started to create this narrative that he was beefing with my female neighbor. He was trying to get me to believe that my female neighbor to the left of me somehow was interested in him. And so she would make these little comments, and he would come in the house complaining about her and her music and the fact that she had, different men over to the house. It was driving me crazy. And all of this was kind of starting in January. So when I say that, it really seems like we got married January 5th, and then we had 2 weeks of peace, and then something just snapped. I literally mean something just snapped. So he's looking at houses. Now we're moving into February. February obviously is my birthday month. He did good. He did good to make Valentine. He went all out for Valentine's Day. He went all out for my birthday. My birthday and Valentine's Day are February 14th and February 15th.
Oh, wow.
So, he went all out on both days.
Right. See, he knows how to pull her in. Just when she's going out, he's like, no, come back. Come right here. Get over here. So he knows when to spoil her, and then he goes back to his fantasy world. That's what it is. Like, he lives in... Maybe if it wasn't for that fantasy, like, yeah, he has real severe mental issues. Real severe mental issues. There's something about, like, something happened in his childhood that, like, him lying to himself that he's gonna buy a house, right? Because it sounds like he's able to, like, take her. She said he's paying the bills. He's taking her out for Valentine's Day. He's buying her birthday presents, and he's buying her the ring. So he has something. But there's something about, like, trying to, like, be something he's not, like buying the house instead of waiting the time, say, hey, listen, I don't have this. Let's work at this, right? I don't know. It's weird. It's kind of, because again, if it wasn't for that, he'd be kind of a decent, of course, like he has the other stuff that she's going to address later on. So let's carry forward. Okay. Let's carry forward because he's not a real nice person. We're going to find out later on, but let's just play along that we don't know the whole story yet. Okay. Because again, I've never watched the whole thing. So this is the first time doing so, but I've known of like little like snippets here and there. Okay.
I don't believe this story, but I said I would share even when it makes me look bad. So the weekend after my birthday, and what I mean by that is if my birthday was on a Tuesday, we're talking about Saturday. The weekend after my birthday, he gave me money to go to the nail salon, go get a manicure and pedicure. So I leave the house. I take his car. His car was in the driveway. We had a key to each other's car because, again, we're married at this point. We're talking February 2021. So I take his car and I drive to the nail salon over in Morrow. I'm in the chair getting a pedicure, and I get a text message from my husband saying, someone was just at the house looking for you.
What?
And I'm like, who was looking for me?
What?
Well, who was it? And he said, I don't know. I think it was some... This is through text. I don't know. I think it was some dude you used to mess with. Okay. I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, I'm telling you, some guy just came to the house looking for you. I told him you were not here. So at this point, y'all, I'm in the chair at the salon. I'm freaking out because I'm like, who the fuck has the audacity to come to my home unannounced, uninvited, talking about they're looking for me, especially because before I met my husband, I was working the last shift at Amazon as a part-time job. So I had not dealt with, dated anything with anyone for about a year before I met him in March of 2020. So I really was like, who the hell is this coming to my house? So I finished the pedicure. I head home. Once I get home, I'm like, what are you talking about? What happened? And so I'm frazzled in a way. And he's calm. He was like, yeah, it was a black Dodge Charger. They pulled into the driveway. They backed in. They backed in as if they had been here before. So clearly this was someone who's been to your house. He got out the car. He said, I opened the door and I went out there and I said, is there something I can help you with? And he said, the guy said, I'm looking for, and gave him my name. And he said, I'm sorry, she's not here. And he was like, oh, okay. All right then. And just got in the car and drove off. And I was like, my brain stopped working because I'm thinking, who the hell?
Let's play a game. What I think happened is that he realized that she's not playing his little let's buy a house game. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to play a different game. And I think that's probably what happened. I can see his mind just spinning. Is like, he's a gamer. He's like, he likes his fantasy games and she don't want to play. He's like, you know what? I'm going to get you with a different game. Okay. Let's bring one of your exes in. I doubt this story is real, but let's see where it goes. Meaning it's real. So he did tell her that, but it's probably all in his head because he likes the conflict. He likes the fact that she was engaging before. She was playing along before. But now that she stopped playing, he wants to bring in a new game and to make it personal, right? He feels like she's now being forced to interact with him in that imaginary world, okay? Because he's doing something, right? So he's trying to make her feel guilty for something she's not doing.
The heck could this be? A Dodge Charger? I was like, are you sure that it wasn't law enforcement? Was it the sheriff's office trying to serve me with a lawsuit for a credit card I didn't pay? He was like, no, he was in regular clothes. He was like, and it was not a police car. It was on a marked unit, basically. And so I'm just like, who the heck could this be? And he was like, I know who it was. And I said, who? He was like, I think it was your ex.
Oh, no.
I said, what ex?
Oh, no.
He was like, the one that you had dated for 2 years. Remember back in part 3, part 4, I told y'all, he told me about his ex. I told him about mine.
No.
I thought we were being...
So he's using whatever she told him. Man.
Being honest with you.
The truth is, there's nothing underneath this. There's nothing new underneath the sun, man. This story has been told 1,000 times. People like him, that's what they're gonna use. Again, that's what I presume was that he's gonna use. He's gonna try to get her to play his game by taking elements of what she's told him before and trying to bring it to his world now and says, okay, now I'm gonna force you to play my game of let's play make believe. Something happened to that guy, man. Really, he's stuck somewhere. Being stuck basically means that something very traumatic happened to his childhood that he's not able to pass that. So this childish game that he's playing, this make-believe game that he's playing, it's represent this trauma in his childhood that he's not able to let it go. So he's stuck somewhere. Okay? But it sucks that she's ignoring the signs that he's given her. Hey, something is wrong. He's stuck. Move along, right? You're not ready for this.
Each other. So now, fast forward to February 2021, and he's telling me, I think it was the ex that you had been dealing with for those 2 years before you met me.
Oh, no.
I said, so you think that he showed up to the house?
Oh, no.
Uninvited after 2 years?
Oh, no.
And he was like, well, whoever it was clearly was comfortable backing into our driveway, getting out the car, and was like, I'm here to see, and gave him my name. And so he was like, she's not here. Is there something I can help you with? And the guy was like, nah, it's cool. And then just got in the car and drove off. So, again, brain is like, who could this be? So then Legion says to me, you know what? The way that you reacting to this is real suspect. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He was like, you over here freaking out. I told you I took care of it. I told you it was fine. And you over here freaking out.
Oh, no.
Which makes me wonder, what have you been up to?
No.
Now.
Again.
Let's go.
He needs her to play in this fantasy. Oh, no. But she's enabling his behavior, though. She knows something is not right, but she continues on. So you got to just laugh sometimes.
To part 19.
Okay. Part 19. Let's go. Oh, no.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. As you can see, we were the only people, a few people, right, that was still in TikTok, right? They took it to the talk, right? And I was able to go through the playlist, as you can see.
The fuck did I?
As you're able to see, right?
The fuck did
but it looks like I can no longer go forward. So I'm stuck in part 18, okay? Oh, no, this sucks. So it looks like our little fun is over. I was going to go all the way to part 20. But you can see for yourself that I'm not able to like proceed anymore.
The fuck.
This sucks.
Okay.
So it looks like TikTok is officially banned. I thought my little like loophole was gonna enable me to like go through all the parts. You can watch the rest of the parts on YouTube, but I think I'm gonna watch it myself too. So far it's very engaging, very entertaining, so maybe I can find other parts. Maybe one day we can like go through the rest of the parts, okay? But thanks for being here. As you can see, I stuck to my words. We had a celebration. It's not a celebration. I know some people like that, they actually make money from this stuff. So we had a once in a lifetime experience, like experience TikTok going down. So, and thanks for doing it with me. And in the process, we watched one of the most popular story of Who Did I Get Married, right? To, right?
The fuck
and I think that's it. So we went through all, 18 parts? And it's not going to let me go
part 8
further, right? So before I leave, I'm going to press refresh so you can see it. Control R of what happened. So you can see right now, TikTok is not available. So, and that's it, okay? So have a good night.